I've got this one life, just got this one life. I'd like to think that it would go on forever, but I've got just one try. Yeah, I've got this one try. I remember when we were kids, you lost your parents, I heard the hymns. I swore that day that I would love you forever, if those were my last words. If those were my last words. I might never be a captain on a yellow submarine.
I might never be an actress on a giant silver screen,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. You've got this one light that shines all my life.
Just like a rose blooming out from this desert.
Oh, I saw these two eyes. Yeah, I saw your two eyes. I might never be a singer who's been knighted by the queen.
I might never be a model in a fashion magazine,
but my heart will make a house standing anywhere you'll be.
and my love will hold the diamond shining far as you can see.
When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. When we grow old, we'll grow old with me. Sound as people dance from your window. If you see an Irish band, and there I stand, guitar in hand, asking for my love if I could be a man. And so when we grow old with me.
I'm fed up with changes. Come pick me up, cause I just wanna see the light. I wanna be weightless. Teach me to fly, I won't be coming down. Could somebody wake me up? I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. Yeah. I just see her face wherever I look. She's standing in the crowd. So let go, I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, let a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. Cause I just wanna see the light. So sick of waiting and getting too restless to be in this dusty town. I've heard of this place where people forget and you get another try. So come open up my door. I don't wanna be here and let the world pass me by. I won't see your face wherever I look. I'm blinded by the light. So let go. I don't want to, but I'm gonna try. When she left me, yeah, died a little bit inside. You know, maybe things are gonna be alright. 'Cause I just wanna see the light. Yeah, I just wanna see the light. See the light.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot, turning it on and off, we've been sliding, riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire, aim for fun.
Hello, chatto. It's Saturday. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United, we may well be champions of Europe and champions of the world and quite possibly champions of the universe, but can we do it 2 years in a row? Sligo have dumped nearly £10 million on a player your name might be familiar with, and in other news, St. Pat's are letting the entire world down because we hate them and they apparently hate us. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Treaty United. And we're dancing. I know there was a little mistake in there, but the rest of it was quite smooth. Oh, I'm knackered. I'm already fucking knackered. Oh, how are you, my friends? It was annoying. I mucked up a sentence with Tromsø. Oh, God. I feel like I have done that at least once, right? At least once. Stream done. That's it. Thank you for joining me. We're going to raid into Clates now. Oh, welcome in, everybody. How's it going? Scott, that's the damn cutest thing I've ever seen. So you are trapped on the driveway because your little lad's fallen asleep and you can't get him out of the car, but you're just outside of Wi-Fi range. So what we're really saying here is that you are sacrificing your data for us. And for that, I think we should all be thankful. Oh, dear. Do you know what, Norton, right? It wasn't as formulatic. That's not a word. As formulatic. That's definitely not a word. As it might have seemed, right? Where is it? Oh, my Lord, yeah. Forgot we've had quite a lot of games, haven't we? Including the Club World Cup final. Smashing Barcelona 5-0. You're not formulaic? Yeah, probably. Maybe. So this was the final. It was nowhere near as, like... Benfica played pretty bloody well. Like, when you actually look at the stats for this game, this could have gone either way, honestly. Yeah, we lost to Derry. Standard. I think, really, had we had our full quota of players, we'd have probably smashed it. But being missing our best striker and both of our two best central midfielders definitely did have an effect, because we had to play a 37-year-old Thies Freeze, who admittedly was still an absolute don, and also a wing-back out of position in midfield, who admittedly did score the winning goal. So it's not too bad. But, and admittedly, Bilbia also scored the second goal coming in, but he did not have a good game up until that point. Turn my day off when I can. Yeah. It's probably for the best. I'm great, Vente. How was Park Run? Oh. Today we have much work to do because we've mixed things up a little bit, and we're going to get through the entire Champions League group today. Normally we'd been doing, over 2 streams. Fuck that. We're going to be getting through... I want to get through as many seasons as we physically can. Not really no Kerm Raid, but he had to start that game because both Trubovic and Manea were both injured for the Champions League final. So he had really no choice to play there at that point. So, but he did a good job and he actually scored the winning header. So, hey, can't really complain about that. And obviously we won the Club World Cup final. Very easy. Yeah, it should have been a lot easier, to be honest with you. And obviously we got the cheeky little defeat there. Look at still the sheer lack of goals we've conceded. How many is it in the league this year? Still under 6 goals. 6 goals conceded in 28 matches. Swanetsky, what a guy. El Gordo with the 15 months. How's it going, Gordo? And a loss to Derry. There's always a loss to Derry in there. It's always fucking Derry. Oh, dear. Hey, Charu. How's it going, friend? Oh, fair one, Cameron. Yeah, we unfortunately got several injuries right leading up to it, which is annoying. Who was it suggested? That would be... I believe that was Captain Ginger. I believe that was Captain Ginger's handiwork of not just the DM, but the DM RPM. Because we actually tried a DM on Nomads at one point. We tried using a Regista, and it just didn't work. But as an RPM, it's sensual. It makes you way better defensively, as you can see. But it also, I find, frees up a lot of space, and it means you don't have to carry that advanced playmaker anymore. Quite simply. It does feel like it's always Derry. I wonder what our last several defeats in the league have actually been. I wonder how many of them have been to Derry. Bente now with the 9 months. That's a Twitch babby, my friend. How's it going? Thank you so much for the 9 months. So yeah, when you look at our most recent... Wow, that's a lot of games. Yeah, look at this record here. Defeat there. Defeat there. Defeat there. Draw there. Defeat there. I bet you that looks a lot different to a lot of our other ones. Those are all sim games. A role-playing midfielder. Damn straight. Kill the coefficient. Sligo will dominate Europe. Well, this year we're going to get absolutely screwed. Let's put it this way. I haven't managed it. No, Lolo. I've offered him about 3 other different staff roles, and he said no to all of them, which makes me think that he's just never going to do it. We've scored nearly 400 goals against Derry City. We've played them. So we've played Derry City 100 times in this save. Do you think we might have a dynamic rivalry or something? Nah. Silly that, wouldn't it? What have we played the most in this entire save? Veggie! Thank you for the 7 months.
I think was an old one or is super bad head.
Maybe a bit of both. Why not, eh? Freeze maybe Freeze will take over for us. But I reckon he's just going to straight up retire and it's going to be super sad. Now, we definitely haven't played Chelsea that much. We haven't played Chelsea more than 100 times. Let's see. Last 5 seasons results that denied an invincible season. Okay. So, all right. See you later, backslide. Backslide? Backslide? That doesn't make sense. Backslide, maybe? Do let me know. So, yeah. Derry City was the defeat last year. Sorry, this year. Last year, we had... Who was it? Where was it? Ah, there it was. It was Dundalk. That 1-0 when we had that terrible start to the season where we also lost to Derry. We lost to Derry, we lost to Dundalk. We also drew against Shamrock, drew against Longford. Terrible start to the season for some reason. That was just not a good year at all. Derry City again there. And I think that was the only one that season. Oh, no. Cork City. Jesus Christ, that was embarrassing. So Derry City seemed to come up a lot. Derry City again there. And that was the only one that year. Shamrock Rovers that year. I think that was the only defeat at all that season. It was the opening game of the year. We weren't unbeaten from the opening match. Derry City, of course, also responsible for the insane season we had. Do you remember was it 8-6 against Derry we had? It was in here somewhere. I'm certain of it. This one. This game here. Insanity. Park run in Germany. Nice. Free agent. I mean, imagine. It would be lovely if I just want a chance to sign him. At the moment, technically, as of now, the rollover, we've now dropped to 5th because Italy had the best season ever, basically. One of the best seasons I've ever seen. It could have been even better, but they nearly won everything. Oh. Yeah, no, we beat Derry 8-6 one time, which is one of my favourite football matches of all time on FM. The match took, even on key highlights, we were there for like 20 minutes. Derry City should have won this. Absolute muggies. They are a bit of a bogey team for us these days. Well, not these days. They have been for years, honestly. Yeah. Hey, Alec. As for the coefficient, sadly, as you'll see, we are now 5th officially because of the hilariousness of Italy getting 21 points last year. Just cream. We had a good year. Our best year for ages last year, but also remember this year we're losing 17.9. So at the moment, look what that does to us. At the moment, we'd actually go 6th. But there's a lot of work still to be done there. Because unfortunately, this season, we still have the 4 sides in the Champions League. It's next year that it all goes a bit better for us. But we've got to get to that point first and get through a 17.9 season. It's not ideal. Hey, Icarus. Everything I know is paid up. That sounds bad. Hope you're okay, mate. Oh. Italy beat England. Yeah, Italy beat England. And it's rare that someone beats England. But Italy just put one of those seasons together. 7th in 2051. Yeah, I think it's just because of getting rid of that year and then waiting for the inertia to carry back round again. It's so out of whack with the... I'm looking forward to MTK Budapest next year just because we won't have to worry about mid-season coefficient shit. It's just going to be... We know what's happening. You know what I mean? It's going to be bish, bash, bosh. Simple, easy, nice and easy to handle. Oh, shit. How'd it go, Icarus? Time? F&T's was for Thursday. Actually, yeah, good point. Before we do anything else, when we do the draw, we might as well do that now. So has anyone got a link to that video just so I can remind myself of the features that were teased in it? Because I have some thoughts. Some of you may have already seen it, honestly. Was! I don't know why I added extra Zs there, because you did, my friend. Thank you so much for the 3 months.
Happy 2 months. I would like you all to meet Taxian.
Taxian. Hang on. Oh, wait, hang on. I thought he was going to be Brazilian for some reason. Lashbe, thank you so much for the 19 months. Let me get you some more of that. And let's just have a little look at Taxian. Oh, holy shit. He's just everything, isn't he? He's got the trifecta. He's got the speed. He's got spirit. One sec. Apparently it's gone again. Could we have... There it is. Taxian's back. What do you for the beta? For Twitch, we're doing Dundee United. Oh. No, Hungary's a normal, standard European league. Thankfully, I know this, having managed there last year with Segen. You okay, Fog? Thank you for the coffee. You okay? How's your bruise? It's getting there. It's getting there slowly. Ah, here we go. Right, this is the thing. Oh, let me click it. Just de-music ourselves for a second here. I haven't actually listened to this with sound on. So, let's see. It's the teaser thingy. All right.
I've leveled up.
They've leveled up, chat.
The design team now is much bigger than it was before in the studio. We've hired in specific areas to try and deliver the best games that we possibly can for the people who are watching this videos.
Does it feel that little bit different? Because I think a lot of people, myself certainly, as soon as I saw that, I was really, really excited.
Immediately it was, how can I make this special?
Sort of, Fugel. Thank you very much, Fredo.
Feature.
Oh, so he's talking about features here. 1 second, we'll just go through this.
Or multiple features. And really kind of
It's all very vague, isn't it?
maximise the value, not just for us, but for the user as well.
This big brand, everyone in football knows it, everyone wants to reach the Champions League.
Obviously, they're going to be banging on about the Champions
Maybe
League.
you've
Which
got
is
long-term targets that you're thinking, how would my team look based around this new midfielder? So anyone on your shortlist can be brought into your planner at any time.
I really love the way.
That's the thing that's most stood out to me, is the planner thing. Like, what does that mean? Obviously, we'll find out what that means next week, but I'm curious as to, like, what that actually entails at this point, right?
It looks. When I saw it, I was like, I get it.
Signing a bargain player or integrating a new gen from the youth team. These are the things that like really excite us when we're making the game. And we want to have like a physical representation of
Agreed.
that.
For us, the most interesting part about supporter confidence was to capture this emotional part that fans have about the game, about the club, about the decisions that you take as a coach of a football team.
As much as everyone loves to go forward and press high and attack,
The low
you
block
also
thing's
want you
interesting
to be able
too.
to kind of sit in a low block and be able to soak pressure and counter attack as well, so you have the tools to be able to defend as well as attack.
What would you say to fans of FM? Can they be excited this year?
I mean, they wouldn't say no, would they?
Easy.
So, really, what we get from that, obviously it's not designed to tell you any real information, it's designed to support a confidence. Honestly, sounds like one of those things that's going to look really good and then is going to be horribly, like, will only ever do negative things for your saves. I'm worried about that more than anything else, honestly. Millennium, thank you for the 2 months. 2 months? 26 months. Sorry, my bad.
I'm sorry. You can sit there and look and play with all your silly machine how much you like.
Every time that gets me. Every time. So, there's 3 things from that really to take away. There was the planner, there was the low block, and there was the supporter confidence. These are just words they're throwing out there. The low block thing is interesting to me because that implies that maybe there's been a tactics overhaul and that they're going to allow you to be able to be a bit more successful with more tactics and stuff, which would be kind of sick. If it opens up so that you can play more variety styles of football, that would be phenomenal. I am worried that, of course, it could end up being so that basically it just means that those things are overpowered instead of what we currently have. Hopefully that's not the case, though, and hopefully it's just been more balancing, which would be fucking fantastic. Love that idea. Planner, we have no idea what it actually is at this point, right? It could be anything. But I hope it's not just something that's not going to add anything. That's the key. Does it aid the gameplay? That's the hope. And if it does, then sick. As for the supporter confidence thing, honestly, that worries me more than anything else on there at all. That worries me because that feels like, hey, look, here's some new landmines that you can step on at random and ruin your save. Because when has that stuff ever added anything? Like, made it better, is my point. That's the concerning thing for me, massively, out of that. When I see things like that are just random, arbitrary stuff that could completely fuck your save up, I am absolutely terrified by that. What if... Because, do you know what I mean? It just... That's the thing that scares me a lot, honestly. It'd be lovely to be able to actually play counter-attacking football and stuff like that. Play a low block, play defensive systems, and not just feel like you're just going to encounter insane amounts of... Yeah, it's just... It feels like another box to tick, and I'm worried about those boxes breaking because we've got enough boxes that don't work properly as it is. Yeah, that's what it'll do. It'll make it so that you can only do short-term saves because the fans will get bored of you after 5 years and force you to be sacked anyway. 500 IQ there, SI. I see what you're doing. I mean, I assume they're going to put like a proper features video out next week or something that will probably explain this stuff in a lot more detail. Because at the end of the day, we're just going off of like a few sentences here at this point, really, aren't we? So we can't read too much into it. But I don't know. What do you think, chat? Like, am I maybe overreacting to that because I'm worried about this sort of stuff, or am I being genuine? Or am I just like right to feel that way?
Another mention
Digsdale,
other
thank you for the 40
contract
months.
extension I have not been around for a while. Hope you are well.
I'm excellent, Diggs. How's it going, friend? Fans love them. Yeah, exactly. Stuff like that. I like the idea of the planner. I don't know what it is. I want to know what it is, really. I can't really give a thought on it until I actually know what that is. Supporter confidence. All I know is that whenever I've heard stuff like that banded around in FM before, it's never been a good thing. It's always been something that is now a new obstacle for you to have to overcome. Rather than making the game more fun, it just makes it more arbitrarily annoying. Like player dynamics and all this sort of stuff you have to deal with. That's the problem, right? The planner would be interesting, but I'm trying to think out what the planner would add. Like, obviously we don't know what the features it would have, but what features would it need to have to make it worthwhile is my curiosity. Like, they say you could drag any player from your shortlist into that and see how they fit in your tactic. But when they say fit, what does that mean? Fit. I mean, what does that mean, fit? It's obviously we want to see. People complain the game's too easy. Yeah, but too easy and arbitrarily difficult are very much not the... One is not the answer to the other. So, if someone says the game's too easy, making it difficult with bullshit doesn't make it better. It just makes it worse. Emphatically worse at that point. Exactly, see how they fit. Yeah, but what does fit mean? Like, fit how? Fit with what? I'm curious. Maybe there's new mechanics that allow you to actually see stuff, and that's what I mean. We can't really judge it too much on that right now. A concept tactic. To what end, though? I mean, you could just build a tactic in your tactic screen. That's a concept tactic. I'm not sure what it would... But again, it's so hard to know. We're literally just going off a few sentences with that, right? It's what you do on paper right now. Who's doing what on paper? Social fee. It does... I wonder. It'd be curious, though. Fans can agree if not someone will play it. Yeah, I don't know how much that sort of stuff is... Well, look at Club Vision, for example. Look how that definitely made saves better, as we all know. Filling it with players you don't own. Right, but I've never once done that in my life. Obviously, it's not about me. It's just, I don't know how much that's really going to make a difference. But hey, at the end of the day, if someone finds it useful, it's definitely a good thing. That's 18 to use it. I think it's to do with the amount of time they have left on their deal, but it will depend on that one. Now that's a good thing. Yeah, I would like it if it's like an addition to the tactics screen, so that you have like separate boxes here, so it's like a separate thing like tactics planner, and it's like provisional squads you could have for upcoming seasons maybe. So you could sort of, and maybe it's got like, for example, right, okay, just freeballing here. Here's what I would like that to be. It's like a separate thing here. It's in a tactic. You go onto a different screen, and it's like this. But you can drag players from your shortlist into it, and it will basically take into account your transfer budget and your like projected transfer cost of those players in terms of wages, and allow you to slot extra players in your team and show how they fit around things like your budgets. That would actually be, that would be sick. That would be a really cool implementation of something like that. And that's the way I would like to see something like that implemented. If they did do something like that, I'd be like, really, that's kind of cool, actually. So yeah, so now we know what it isn't going to be. What do we think? Worst case scenario, chat. What do you reckon it is? Yahi's actually, by the way, been playing a lot of football over the summer because of all the injuries and stuff. Oh. Projections. When I say projections, what I mean is basically, so you know when you go to like every player has a transfer value. What it will do is basically, if that player has a value, it knows your budgets and your wages, and it has those estimations, and when you drag them in, it then deducts from that and gives you a kind of estimation based on, could you build this squad? And maybe you could click on a player in there and then go find cheaper options, and it would give you other options of players that you know about in your scout reports that are available for less money perhaps. I don't know, that I'm just spitballing here, is how I'd like to see something like that implemented potentially. And if it is something like that, then hey, big up. That sounds awesome. Precious continue. Yeah, sorry, my bad. We're going to be able to sim all the other games anyway, so let's do the draws. Why not, eh? Why not? Let's do a draw. Who could we possibly get? So remember, Sligo, despite getting to the semis last year, are not in the Champions League this year as a result of their league form. So they're actually in the Europa League, which I'm quite excited about, honestly, considering I think their coefficient is like higher than Dundalk's these days. So we're obviously pot 1 as Champions League winners and the best side in Europe and the world. Presumably Dundalk are... Oh, Dundee got in there. Dundee United, sorry. Dundalk are now the best side in pot 3, though, which is good. And Shamrock are in there too. And presumably Derry City are, yeah, still gash. But that's to be expected. They'll be pot 1 Europa, yeah. Scared of supporters' confidence. Well, that's another thing, because think of the way that they grade you, and some of the like, for example, right? We're rated at a B. We just won the Champions League and Club World Cup, and we're being rated as a B. Our transfers are being rated as a C. So there wasn't a playoff; they were just straight in. We won it, Icarus, 2-0 in the end. So the only team that we're missing is St. Pat's. Unfortunately, St. Pat's didn't get through their final qualifying round this time. They've managed to sort of blag it a few years in a row, but this time around wasn't so good. I think they lost to... Oh, it was Hibs. They lost 2-1 to Hibs on aggregate. They did beat Hibs. Was it 3-2? They did beat Hibs in one of the games that they lost, so they're not in it at all now, which is very annoying. But yeah, with stuff like this, I have some transfers to show you as well, some outs and some ins, because I did pick up a couple of guys over the summer. Quick mock-up of the planner screen. Oh, hello. Let's see. You had me in the first half there, Hibbos. I'll admit. You got me. Turns out we've been using it all along. Sometimes, chat, the real planner is the friends you make along the way. That's extraordinary. Well played. Oh. That's next year, Scott. Because it's like a year delayed, we get to go straight in this year with 4 teams. Right, let's do the draw. I mean, you know what? Who we get really at this point doesn't matter too much. I hope we don't get. I hope the others don't get massively hard groups. That's what I'm most concerned about. So Benfica go into Group A. So I'd quite. I mean, then again, having seen what they've done to our other friends, I'm not sure I quite want one of our teams in there either. Honestly. Hey, Aiden. Cricket last night. I did not know. Yeah, Hungary being a normal league is certainly going to help us. We'll probably get City again. Benfica and Man United. Okay. Oh my lord. Right. No one go in Group B, please. Please don't put one of the Irish sides in Group B. That would be horrendous. Go on, give us someone. Inter's alright, actually. Could have been Dundee United. And oh, God. I bet the Irish sides get Group B and G. I bet you they get Group B and G. Fucking hell. Okay, it's doable. Watch Derry end up. Oh, no, Derry in Group... Pot. Please don't put... Oh, of course, yeah, they can't be in that group, can they? Right, please don't put Derry City in with either... Please don't put Derry City in Group G. Just whatever you do not put... Okay, Zenit and Gladbach. They're going to end up in Group G. That's going to be really tough. Ajax, Dortmund, and Liverpool. So... Do you know what? Dundalk, I trust them. They could do anything, can't they, really? I could see them... They could just as easily win this group as come bottom. Shamrock Rovers should be getting through there. In third, at least. Derry City, though... Look at this group here. Juve, Villarreal, Dundee United, and Dinamo Zagreb. There's always one, aren't there? Isn't it better? It depends. I mean, you'd like to think so, yes. But not if it means that they end up coming third by, like, a massive amount. Because if they get less points in the Champions League group and get binned off in the first round of the Europa League, then they just lose overall. So Sligo are in the Europa League. Despite the fact that they were in the Champions League semis, they did so poorly in the league the year before that they didn't actually qualify for the Champions League this year, which is probably a good thing, honestly. So the draw is not till tomorrow. So what pots we got here? Yeah, Sligo pot 1. Second highest ranking team in the entire thing. Only Arsenal have a higher coefficient than Sligo. And then presumably it's Bose, and they're presumably... Oh, not too bad. They're only pot 2. It's doable. And then we have no one in the Conference League this year, unfortunately, at all, which is a big shame. Fiona! Dan Fletcher, thank you for the follow. We've been a great Saturday morning. Right, let's get cracking. Highlights Treaty United. Does it? I mean, is it because we are the Champions League holders, I suppose. This year's final is being played in... Bold. I suppose it's 2049. Things will have calmed down by now. Right, we got that. Right, we got... Oh, Marseille's quite close, actually. Wait, Marseille? Just occurred to me, I wasn't even paying attention to our group. I didn't even see who we got beyond Inter. So we got Leipzig and Marseille. Okay, that should be fine. I genuinely didn't see who we got. I was too busy looking at the other Irish sides. We know we're going to do fine in our group. Screw them. Oh, yeah. So a couple other things to catch up on first. So Sligo signed a really expensive player, which is funny as fuck because you'll see who he is in a minute and you'll be like, ah, interesting. Sligo may or may not have dropped £8 million, rising to 10 on Ilya Keating. So at least they're making big moves. Yeah, Pada is a Cameroonian wingback that was at Real Madrid, but he's now moved for huge money. He is solid. Yeah, he's very solid, but it's just the price for a 32-year-old. Particularly as he genned at Treaty. Like, he came through at Treaty United. His first senior club... Oh, does it not say that anymore? There you go. Began his career at Treaty United. Even though technically he never played for us because he was poached from our youth academy. But, yeah. And he obviously played for us as well, briefly on loan. And also, right, so I made a couple of sales too. And don't worry, I've made a couple of transfers, but they haven't actually joined us yet because unfortunately the window had shut. So you already knew about Mamani leaving. I sold Dimitrov. To Inter, of all teams, actually, for £33.5 million. Because I didn't feel like he was ever going to go back out on loan again. And I thought if I could get £33.5 million for Nikolai... Oh, and by the way, it has a 50% of next sale fee clause in it. So 33 million pounds with a 50%, which is probably going to be worth another 20. So about 50 million for Nikolai Dimitrov, who I believe we paid like 100k for. 45 grand. He will score against us, make no mistake. And there was one other sale as well. Oh yeah, you know we had those like random wingback guys, Velasco and Navarro. I sold one of them. I sold Navarro to Galatasaray for 18 million quid because neither of them were ever really getting any game time here, and we basically paid no money for Navarro. So to get 18 million quid profit off of him, I think it was almost entirely profit, wasn't it? Like, how much did he cost us? 4.8 million, 4 years at the club, move him on for 18 million. Seems like a good piece of business for me, but don't worry. I have signed a couple of guys that won't join us till the window, but they are coming in. I'm actually quite pleased with two of them. One of them you already know about, because you'd have seen him before. Future transfers. So, obviously you already know about Andy Jr. So it looks like, oh yeah, it's decent potential, of course, but he wasn't getting any game time for us, and he just wasn't improving in any of the ways that role required, really. Spoiling the next recap video. What do you mean? I can't recap things that haven't happened yet. Ooh. Take that Navarro up. When did I say that? Like, who was I talking? Oh, that was the Navarro was the name of the Real Madrid player in the Champions League final with Unial, wasn't he? That'd be a pre-cap, indeed. So yeah, Andy Jr. is coming in. But also, Oscar Paredes. I decided, you know what? Screw it. Let's get him in. 8 million quid. Because, well, I don't think I really should explain anything more. Fast. He's got 19 acceleration. Good finishing. Solid composure. Why is he Andy Jr.? Because he's Andy's Jr. He's younger than Andy. Don't want to see the recap. So yeah, Oscar Paredes is going to join us. Which might means like, with us not having Trotter, for example, now having someone like Paredes in is going to help us as well. Seems like a big spoiler. I don't think you understand how spoilers work. But yeah, so he's pretty good. Also, ready? I found this guy. 12 million pounds. You three last season at the start of save at the start of the game. So yeah, I don't think it's possible, not without the editor, as far as I'm aware anyway. So yeah, I picked this guy up. Jose Roberto. I know he's 27, but he's a Brazilian international, and I got him for 12 million pounds. And I think he will slot lovely into our midfield. Saves us having to get someone like Scholl back from Shamrock Rovers, when we could just bring in a new lad here. He's got big matches as well, and he's consistent. Sign him. I have. He is signing us. He's already signing for us. I really, really like this lad. I don't know why my scouts actually bought this guy of their own accord, because he's like 27, so he's not really in the remit that we normally look for. And I looked at him and went, oh, yeah, I'm going to sign him. He's extremely good. Very agile, too. So, yeah, for £12.5 million, like, just slot straight into our first team. Because we don't have to worry about homegrown status anymore, because we've got so many homegrown players in our squad now that we can pretty much pick up players like this if we want to. So, despite all of that money I just spent, because we've made so much money, we now have £232 million in the bank. So if we do find any more guys like that, we can get him. It's great. Shamrock have removed their nickname, yes. He might well have played against... Oh, that's right. That's why we know about him, because he played against us in the Club World Cup. Yes, our scouts. Well done. Very impressive from our scouts, actually noticing him there. He's going to complain, right? We've got to get pushing on if we're going to get through all 6 games. We're not failing FFP. Not only are we not failing FFP, we are projected 90 million above it. Projected. Make a good RPM. I think he's a bit better than an RPM. He's very much a central midfielder on attack. Like, that's why I'm signing him. Roy Galvin. Sadly, Roy Galvin is retired these days, Spirit. So, as far as I know, there's not even really anything to... Yeah, Roy Galvin has just disappeared into the ether, sadly. Right, let me just get back to that a second. I'll refund your points for that. All right, Europa League groups. Yes, good shout. They won't have actually happened yet because it's still only the 27th. We'll just progress a couple of days. We'll go to the 28th, then they'll be there. Oh, come on. God damn it. Oh, they definitely will do that. Oh, yeah, we had a few players complaining about playing. You know, the normal shit where because you had to rest, because I rested them before the Champions League final, they complain. Standard sort of stuff. Right, Europa League. Let's do it. Show me goods. Oh, that's such a pain in the arse group. Because Dundee are stacked. They've got insane amounts of money. They're the favourites to win the SPL this season. I checked the season preview in Scotland. They're the favourites. Monaco and Sparta Prague. Sparta Prague, bear in mind, have won the Conference League and were in the semis or maybe even the final last year of it. So where does Sligo? Sligo's group is the key one. That is not an easy group. When you look at some of the groups they could have had, I think they should still win that group, probably. Shut number 1. I honestly don't know. We'll have a look in a second. It's going good, Bente, actually. Yeah, I'm getting there slowly. Is it worth getting a new goalie? Another new goalie? Probably not, no. Title of the stream... Hang on, what? The title of the stream is Champions League. The Go Live notification said Champions of Europe because we had won the Champions League last stream. So I don't feel like I can't spoil something if it's happened on the last stream. Like, ah, dear. I think Sligo should get through that group. Besides, we've already seen PSV get dicked about by much worse teams than Sligo. Most notably Bose. I think, didn't Bose hammer these guys? I think Sligo they could probably win every game in this group here, I would say. That's good. Yeah. What happened next stream? What will happen next stream is those players will join us and we'll have a lovely old time. That's fine. Right, we're going to push on. Didn't watch last stream. Yeah, I realised that, but my point is that I can't not talk about things that happened on the last stream just in case someone didn't watch it. That's not really how that works. I don't think you understand how spoilers work. First in the world yet? Yes, we are actually. We're actually in the world. We became so good that England went, you know what? We're going to take 3 steps back and just let you have a bit of space. Sports Night's lottery numbers. 4, 10, 62, 45, and also, weirdly, 7. You know? Just 7. In fact, the only number for Night's lottery you need is 7. No other numbers matter. Only 7. Right. That's a weird lineup. If we're going to do that, we better do it that way around. In fact, I might just start Bello instead. Yahi's getting lots of time now in the team, which is nice. I love how Trufinov's actually getting some game time for us now, even though his contract expires next year. I might try and move him on to some other Irish sides in not in the summer, in the winter, you know. Or, you know, Emmett's been taken out of our best 11. I looked at the start and it was now Valev who was number 1 on the best 11 league, which is kind of sad, honestly. Yeah, FM really has done PSV dirty this year. They seem to get beaten by whoever they come up against, no matter what. Longest save ever. Ironically, no. My longest save ever is the one I have on YouTube at the moment. Which is a year further in. Although I've managed way less games. I noticed that we'd hit our 900th management game with Orebru yesterday. And this one we're already at 1,700 games, despite only... despite this save going a year less. But obviously there's been a lot more like holidaying on the other save. So this one feels like the longest in terms of actually playing through seasons, I would say. Edie said, no, he's not in the best 11 anymore. Look, he got taken out. See, Valev has now been put in there. 400 goals, and then the disrespect to put him on the bench. Oh, by the way, if you were asking... So I saw someone ask about the donut. He retired after 5 years at Lille. Still got 130 caps, which is not bad. Exactly. Best 11 is a fraud. Justice for Emmett Doran. You know what? Just for that, just for that, I'm going to give him a cheeky little ED7 to wake things up a little bit. Because he does not deserve to have been taken out of our best 11. Man has got 400 goals for the club. Useless. Managed less European matches on no matches. I've managed less matches in general. I've managed 900 compared to 1,700. Anyway, off we go. Emmett. Oh yeah, we got a youth thing take coming up, and apparently it might be a good one. Maybe. Yeah, Valev has done well, in fairness to him. He could find another Jizzy. You never know. Because this is our prediction. There's 3 A's in there. Ignore that. I reckon this is way more important. And one of them's a keeper. And 2 wide midfielders, you know, roles we don't use. And attacking midfield, oh good. So we're going to get the best players in the world in positions we don't use. 7 games without conceding. Oh, I was going to say, Bilber in a Chelsea shirt. Nope. And in case you're wondering, no, the values haven't changed. No, Thighs is still here. This will be the final stream of Thighs Freeze, I suspect. No, Emmett won't be the manager for MTK. He'll be the head of youth development. We decided. We've taken an executive decision on that. Thighs will be the manager because he's just been so much more of a legend overall the whole save. But Emmett will be the head of youth development. Since we've already come to the conclusion that it really doesn't matter who your Hoyd is at this point. The thighs will be closing forever, indeed. Actually, speaking of thighs, see if there's any... I haven't asked him for like a couple of weeks. See if he's got any more... Oh, okay, we can still do it. Right. So we've done all of those. I did fitness coach as well. Loan manager, please don't want to become that. I already asked him if he wanted to be a scout. Could do director of football? Jesus Christ. Oh, no. He's not going to be a doff. Create a staff, yeah. Now, we're not going to do too many of those. We're only going to do Emmett because otherwise it just gets a bit silly, you know? Oh, he will definitely retire at the end of the stream at this point. I'm certain of it. Thighs the same window as Juliet? Possibly. It's been 18 or 19 years, I forget. Then your senior affiliate, you reverse it. Yes, you can. Weirdly, we tried that once, and the game didn't let me do it, which was odd. JB, thank you for the follow. So we actually had this exact issue happen with Strasbourg, because they were our first ever affiliate. And what would happen is, I told them to renegotiate it to make us the daddy club, and the board said yes, and then it said it had done it. And then you went into the affiliate thing, and it was still saying we were the minor affiliate. So it, in theory, can happen, but it also doesn't seem to work properly. Imagine. Ooh. We don't often get many... bids. I love that. Unsettled. Mate, we just won the Champions League. Calm the hell down. He's a highly influential player. Well, then that's fine. We'll just tell him that, right? There we go. Sorted. That's the first time I've ever had big bids for him there. 19 years, I think. Yeah, I think this is his 19th season at the club. He's 1 year away, annoyingly, from a second testimonial, which would have been sick. I've never had a player get 2 testies before. Disregard. And we move. 6'8". Jesus Christ. I mean, get him up for corners, I suppose. 58 million. I'm glad they're finally realizing the quality of Miggy Ramos now. 17 passing and 18 vision makes him so good in that role. How can he be 6'8" with only 17 jumping reach? I've got 6'2" defenders with less than that. Or more than that, rather. Hang on, he's 5'... Oh, that was the guy that I bought for 2.1 million and then sold him to Porto for 2.1 million in the same season. But hey, we broke even on him, and that's the main thing. PSG wants Sal. Nope. Oh. I suppose it's more about the jumping overall, isn't it? Hearts want Christian... What an... Oh, Thomas Christensen. All right, fine. Yeah, you know what? Wait, I meant to click suggest, not negotiate. There we go. That's fine. He's a player that I wasn't expecting to have anything happen, so if he wants to go to Hearts... I saw Christensen, I thought, oh god, but it's the other Christensen. The one that was never going to play. Larson's unhappy, that's fine. Okay, I just want to get through... It's transfer deadline day for the English sides. So once this is... I say the English side, most of the European sides. Once we get through that, we can get cracking. Oh, Bradovic, by the way, has had an insane year. He's got 27 league goals. And as far as I know, is he even playing as a striker? Oh, okay, he is actually playing as a striker for them, and I can see why. He is fantastic. Also, would you like to guess who's got the longest amount of years on loan from us to one of the other Irish sides? And how many years they've been on loan? Because I know the answer to this question, and it's actually kind of mental. PC stats. So the reason the game runs fast, Dath, is because we don't have most of the league switched on. We have the players switched on instead, so you get all the benefits. YouTube save next year. Newcastle Blue Star. The Serb guy. Yep. Oh, something. Olsen, no. I'll give you the number. It's 14 years. And you're right, yeah, it's Fatmir Demiri. Fatmir Demiri has been on loan at Dundalk for 14 years. No, Alonso doesn't play for us anymore. Alonso plays for LA Galaxy. Or one of those, or LAFC. 14 seasons on loan. He was one of our first big loan farm players. Also, look at the season he's had this year. 17 assists. Like, I don't know what they've been feeding him that year, but fucking hell. Man's been on it. It's crazy. They're actually paying his wages. Oh, I think they have been paying us a fee. I mean, he basically... Oh, no, he's not a club legend. As far as I know, he's only just favoured personnel. He must be their longest serving player at this point, yeah, for sure. But it feels like loan players never get that kind of consideration. I think we're at 62 on loan at the moment. Yeah, Wanky Bedtime is out on loan, yeah. He's someone else's Wanky Bedtime now. I think it's 62 on loan. It's dropped a bit. Oh, 68. It was as high as 92 at one point, but now it's down to 60 odd. Right, this should be fine. Yeah, look, see, that's what I mean. We've got 13 players trained at Treaty and 14 trained in Ireland, so we've got no problem with whoever registering basically whoever we want. Fidel, luckily he's under 21. You're not old enough to count yet. Some of you guys are probably not going to be that useful anyway. Feel sorry for Harold. Jizzy is under 21, so that's fine. Pogpodinova isn't actually old enough to do anything for us yet. That'll be fine. I'm sure someone in there will complain. And there he is. There is Mr. Complainer. And who are you? Rodriguez. Oh, yeah, this is the two guys that we forgot to adjust their squad status. Lost for words. Don't be lost for words. I'll help you find them. Do whatever it takes to make amends. Oh, okay, he's actually fine with it. Until next season. I'm surprised he hasn't had a testimonial yet, actually. But I feel like AI clubs just won't do it, will they? Which is a shame. It would have been funny as fuck. I've also set up the next round of scouting. Just in case. Although part of me is almost tempted to forego the transfer window stream as a transfer window stream so we can make even more progress. Why is that not working? There we go. And then we go for those guys. Wow, that's really... Oh, it's another cheap Bulgarian. You love to see it. And he's called Bozidar, which is just fantastic. We do have a Rodriguez. We've got plenty of them. Hey, Lulu. 4.5-star rep. That's weird. Leave for a new chat. It's like FM tries to screw on both ends. Either you've not got enough rep and you've not won enough to keep the players, and then when you do win the thing, they say, oh, I want a new challenge. Bet they don't say that at Real Madrid. Maybe they don't qualify for a testimonial when they're on loan. Because what I mean by the whole transfer thing is that we're not at a point now where we can do the same sort of transfers that we would do before, just because there's so many players out on loan. Basically, they're not bidding on our players for loans anymore because they've got too many of them. Only Bows, I suspect, and I feel like we're not adding much to them at that point. And it might be better to just try and make more progression. Obviously, still find a few players ourselves. Could arrange a testimonial. I think I had a look when... oh, God, I think someone just got an Algeria cap. That's scary. Yeah, we've still got testimonials at the moment. 4 Colombians called Palacios. I nearly had 2 Uruguayans called Pablo Rodriguez as of yesterday. So... yeah, he got his first cap. He's actually played a decent number of league games for us since he joined, which is weird, considering I was not expecting that at all. Bonk, now an Irish citizen. You love to see it. The Bonkster might get an Ireland cap. Discard in scouting due to massive... I basically... usually when we're doing it, I use anything that's 4-star and above, but... this time... because we're sort of drawing to a close, I'm caring less about that now. I'm actually... more interested in signing quality players for Treaty, like that guy I signed from Brazil, the 27-year-old, because we've got so many homegrown guys now. We don't really have to worry about the under 18 requirement thing anymore, which is nice actually. Oh, bonk, that would have to be it, right? You just love a Palacios. There's nothing wrong with that. These games in a row here, like, so this is gonna have to be rotation. So is that. It's going to be quite a challenge, actually, to get through all these games that we need to get through today. Danny... or just B-O-N-K. Hey, Dan, how's it going? I'm excellent. Right, so yeah, this is what we've got to accomplish today. But we'll get there. Provided... if we only play the Champions League matches, then we'll be fine. Scouting update. Oh, God, there's going to be so many of these, aren't there? Actually, I'm going to do it slightly differently. I'm really just going to go for the cream of the crop guys this window round. And then just literally just disregard everybody else. It'll get us through it quicker. We can maybe sign a couple of absolute dons. Heathrow Airport this morning. Oh, shit. Why was that? I am curious to see what's going to happen when we leave Treaty eventually. And those 100-odd loan players come back to the club. That's going to be a fascinating scenario. Yeah, that'll do. Well, who the hell's O'Brien? Terrifying regen face is what O'Brien is. Fair one. I'm not going to France. Fair one. Well, I hope she has a nice time. Do I really want Tribovic in there? How is he? Oh, it's because it's youth prospects, isn't it? Anyone except you, probably. Jizzy's not as good as Bilbia, though, is he? Like, as much as I'd like to give Jizzy football, we also quite need to win stuff sometimes, and he is just not very good at the moment. As much as I want to give him football, we have to be sensible about it sometimes. Why isn't Cedeno in there? There we go. Yeah, finally, guys. Yeah, we leave and they get £100 million sponsorship straight off the bat. That'd be great. I'll still give Jizzy some games, but he is really not very good. He's basically, I think he only scored one goal that wasn't a penalty. Which, ironically, I think was his first goal, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if we, yeah. Oh God, it's the FIA Cup. Oh no, don't give me a replay. Fucking hell. I almost wish we'd played a full-strength squad now. Yeah, because he already missed about 3 pens before that, didn't he? I hate that the Irish Cup has replays as well. It's like, yeah, we definitely needed more games. That's what this week needed. More games. I think he'll come good, but I think we were just throwing him in there too early. He could honestly do with a loan, actually. That'd be really good for him. Neslo was 58 million. Yeah, no. Called Fried Burger. That's extraordinary. To me, if there's room in the meme budget, you got to go for it, right? You can't turn down an opportunity to sign the Fried Burger at any point. It's just the rules. Hang on. Oh, Swaneski wants a new contract. No. He's actually been improving quite a lot lately. He's up to 3 stars now. We're seeing quite a lot of improvement out of Swaneski lately, which is nice. That reflexes, I think, is definitely helping him. He's starting to become a really solid keeper now. Obviously, I'm trying to think if Trimovic has ever convinced a player to do anything ever. I'm not sure he has, you know. He has absolutely no sway on anybody. It's probably part of the reason we've had these struggles. Right, St. Pat's. This is going to be the same lineup. You just have to, oh, God. DoorDash about to make some big profits off of you. Right. That'll be fine. This team is... We're probably going to lose this game, I suspect. Rakini, thank you so much for the 8 months. How are you?
How you, Matt? Hope all is well with you and a Pog Big Love. Keep up good work.
I like Pog Big. It's like Big Pog, but reversed. Oh, we're all good. We are all good. Just enjoying a Saturday, you know? Planning. Leadership course. I think his leadership's already really high. I don't think we've even got the option again. I think he's got like 17 leadership or something. Maybe it's just that it's... Wow, Our goalkeeper scored an own goal to give them their equaliser in this game. I say their only shot on target. Technically, that wasn't even it, was it? I have to look at this. I want to know how on earth this has happened. This is why Swanetski's in goal, by the way. That's so much worse than I thought it was going to be. So much worse than I thought it was going to be. And if anyone wanted to know why Swanetski is our current goalkeeper, that is the reason. Oh, God. Good stuff. Good. I love that Bibby got a 9 in that game and still only managed to score once. That was some proper National League shit right there. Let's just check Trimovic. What is his leadership like? 17, yeah. I don't know if I can send him... No, I literally can't send him on a leadership course. Well, that's good. Wait, is there an... Oh, no, it's Marseille next, yeah. The gap's only 16 points. We're conceding goals here. What's this? To Bomber at this point, yeah. Is he the right social group? Well, there's not much I can do about that if he isn't, because that's just, yeah. Yeah, he's the king of the core social group, at least. And obviously, Thighs free. Oh, I wonder if there's some friction between him and the Thighs. Also, is Thighs no longer a team lead? Oh, he is. Wait. How are you not a team leader when you're the captain? That's probably what it is. It might be because of his age and the length of time he's been at the club. Hopefully that will change. That's probably what it is. His Thighs are legend. We haven't had many legends, really. And it's Palanic, Mate, Spack, Vinicius, Navio, Niaxu, and obviously myself. 99p change. Oh. You hate to see it. Me and Hall of Fame. We actually are in the Hall of Fame now. Yes. We got like a news article. After winning the Club World Cup, we became the 20th best manager of all time. Working our way there, finally. We are finally on the list. Albeit the bottom of the list. But we're not that far behind Trapattoni. So I reckon there's a very strong chance by the end of the save we get We get to overtake Trapattoni, Struth, Paisley, and would you believe it, fucking Neymar. How is Neymar a more successful manager than I am? That's just a bit sad, isn't it? It's just things that will never happen in real life that happen in FM. Neymar becoming the 16th most impressive manager of all time. What's he up to these days? Bear in mind, he's only ever managed Flamengo and River Plate, and somehow he gets to be that. I mean, he must have won lots of Copa Libertadores and stuff like that, presumably, right? One. Oh, no, hang on. So he's won, he's won a decent amount of stuff. 2 Copa Libertadores with River Plate, 1 with Flamengo. He's done well. But exactly, how many times has he smacked Glenarvan about, I ask you? That's the real question. The next Namibian manager. I think if I'm the only Namibian manager, I think. Continent-wise, we're still 20th. Nation. Why have we got less there now? Is that because it only takes on international stuff? And nationality. It's just me and Ricardo Manetti. Who has apparently won a thing. Won Southern African Cup in 2015. Big up Ricardo Manetti. You've got some work to do, brother. Because, well, your boy here is sitting on, what's that, 65, 97 trophies. 3 more. Ricardo's, that was a real life thing. So he's, actually, he can't be that old. He's only like, actually, he's in his late 70s. Never mind. Exactly. He can't, well, apparently we can't do it in a cold, windy night in Derry either. That's been our problem lately. Derry have been an absolute bogey club. Right, Manea, no. Christensen's finally fit again. I'm going to use him. And so is Manea. Niakshi Ramos. Niakshi was so good in that Champions League final, mate. He pretty much single-handedly, and he did well in the Club World Cup final too, if I recall. Right, let me just get rid of the under-19 spot from this so we can see who we've actually got available. He's knackered. I might put Jizzy on the bench, actually. Because, yeah, with the knackeredness of the other guys, we kind of need some quality there. Or Jizzy. Either's fine. Is this one of the many Palatii? 1.3 million. Fucking hell. All the value, though. God, why can't my players be worth that? Like, just one of them, please. Even Neslo's not worth that. I'm curious to know, actually, how Treaty get on in the saves that you lot have taken over other sides. Particularly from that point where I put up that... They've got Mohammed Ali Al-Ali. I wonder what happened to him. But there he is. Right, we actually get to play a game now. Finally. First one of the lot. And we only have to worry about 2 competitions this time. Champions League and Europa League. Lovely scenes. With favourites. Because we still kind of just need to do our point. Do they just sell? Plural of moose. I believe the plural of moose is just moose, isn't it? It's one of those words that doesn't get pluralized in the same way semantically. Inferno would know. Last player non-UCL match. Oh, it would have been one of the Club World Cup games. Yeah, the 5-0 against Barca. It was last stream. They've just got a guy called Roy. Oh, it's Lanroy. Oh, they're going narrow. Right. Just straight off the bat. No dicking about here. We know the plan. Right. I'll put your roper on this one. So it's nice and central. So Sligo hosts PSV. That's going to be right at the bottom, annoyingly. And then, of course, Bows are right at the very top. Typical, isn't it? Should definitely be Meese. But it isn't. As far as I'm aware, it is just Moose. Can't tell you for sure, but I think that's the case. Who's Moose? Yeah, I thought so. I think Meese still sounds what... I like the idea of Meese, but that sounds too much like mice, I guess. Plural of Moose is mice. Happened to the Conference League team. They didn't get through. St. Pat's lost to Hibs in the final knockout, the final qualifying round. Fleury. Yeah, they are just full of NHL legends. They'll bring on Joe Sakic in a minute. Plural of moose is a Swedish car accident. I thought that was going in for a second there. Change the team to a team called So the rules at the top. So We actually could do that. Or just put some symbol in front of their name or something that allows us to keep an eye on them. And Sparta Prague are beating Bows. What a start to life. Hang on. Why can't I scroll this, even though Sligo are off the page? Have I lost the ability to scroll on this screen now? Ah, there it is. I think we've probably just... Wait. Thank you, Dr. Zombicroft. I like this shirt a lot, actually. Keeper do be gliding. At least he didn't concede an own goal while he was doing it, I suppose. That's always a benefit. Hello, Pogst. What up? Good goal.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Fernando, thank you for the follow. Enjoy your bath. Okay. Oh, dear. Yeah, Sligo just don't exist anymore, apparently. Hey, Fernando. Welcome in, my friend. Meat Shield Pels. Thank you for the follow. Are you a terrific Nordic Meat Shield? I think we all are, really. Hey, Bargod. How are you, friendo? Plural of Moose's diabetes. Very true. Didn't you spec at Reading? Right. There we go. Now it's visible again. I think we're going to just have to write off the Bows game at this point. Because I don't see... Bows are the perennial disappointment merchants of Irish football. The only reason they did well last year was because Spurs were in their group. And as we know from this save, no one can out-Spurs Spurs, not even the Irish Spurs. Did they draw Spurs again? No, they didn't, did they? Musa Diaby, that's the one I'm thinking of, yeah. And Valev knocks another one in. 2-0, Stefan Valev. Ah, Marseille, these games should be relatively straightforward for us. It's the Inter ones that we may struggle with. Thing is, they were last in that group last time around with 4 matches to go, and they ended up winning the group. Sugar puns, probably, at this point, yes. Right, scrolling down again. Trying to see what other games we've got to keep an eye on here. There's Dundalk there. Derry there. I think we're just going to have to trust Shamrock. That's not happening. Shamrock will let us down. Watch this be an even worse season for... Oh, wow. Okay, that's offside. Watch us end up ballsing this up entirely and end up finishing like 8th or something at the end of the year. That would be appalling. Oh, it's given. It's actually given. Should I Shamrock on the right results? I can't because... Actually, it's not a bad point. Yeah, we actually could do that. I hadn't thought about that. When it eventually resets itself. There we go. Although 0-0 with Bayern Munich. Good luck there, lads. Have to keep scrolling these around a little bit. Marc-Andre Fleury. McFlurry. Facecam covers it. I can't do much about that. I can't be everywhere all at once. It's just the way it is. Okay. It'd be cool. Here's a cool idea. Hey, look. Ready? Feature time. Wouldn't it be cool if you could highlight certain matches and have them sit at the top of the screen? Just which what? Don't... Okay, hang on. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know why that isn't a thing already, honestly. Christensen's through, and it's not 4. It's close to 4, but it's not. Like... You know, just have a star next to them, and you can just click the star, and it just prioritizes those matches. Yeah, or have the latest events thing. We could do. It's just hard to keep track of. But the problem is, I think the latest event only works for the league you're in, right? Let's have a look. Actually, right, here's an idea. We'll put latest events on this side, so you can see like a score update ticker. That way the scores will just roll in on that side anyway. We'll see. Rather than having to keep an eye on the scores at the same time, we can just watch the ticker. Let's see if it actually works or not. That would be the different question entirely. Right? Oh, Barcelona beating Dundalk. Derry City drawing with Dortmund. But then, as we know, Dortmund don't score goals in the group stages. Ever. That's just not what they do. It's not in their blood. Ah, here we go. That's a lot of results coming. Dundalk 2-0 down now, but we already knew that. Sligo down at the bottom. I mean, we're doing our part here at least. This is looking like it might be quite a poor day for us. They've had some terrible groups, admittedly, especially in the Champions League. I think that's my biggest worry, that we might end up with like all 3 of them coming bottom. That could be really bad. Oh, imagine that. It'd just be nice if you could just say, you know, like with the latest little ticky, the little toast thing that pops up down here. It'd be cool if you could just give it a few games and say, right, I want highlights from those. That just little stuff like that would just make it so much more immersive. If they want immersion, things like that, that would be really good. I don't need supporter confidence. I need immersion in that sense, you know? Is this like just gonna randomly just... Yeah, okay. I see how this works. Just gonna slowly populate itself over the next little while. Oh, Jesus. It does it in like big chunks as well, which is kind of annoying. There's no like flow to it. It's like it updates every 5 minutes rather than when the goals actually go in. So you get this big block of text. Derry 1-0 up against Dortmund. Well, as we know, Dortmund tend not to score goals, so that could be helpful as we score another one. It's Peter Christensen. It's 4-0 up to us now. This is good. Derry beating Dortmund would be a big step up because they've got probably the toughest group of them all. Not much yet, Bills. We were just, what did we really do? We were just looking through some other stuff, but now we're actually into some games. I'm going to keep scrolling this one down. 1-1. Oh, ick. Anyone see anything from Shamrock in here? Who is Shamrock playing again? Is it Bayern? I know Bayern have been historically a bit weird in this save. Oh, shit. Oh, I haven't made any subs yet. Right, I'll probably should do that. Yep, Thizey's in. I want as many games from him as possible. Oh, I love how it clears that as well. Why does that need to be cleared? That's so stupid. That makes no sense that would be cleared, but fine. Benfica 4-0 up in that game as well. Looks like... Right. I don't know what that means for us, honestly. We won 4-0, which is good. We've done our part, which is lovely. The question is, what do the others do? We know Dundalk lost 2-0. It's really just Shamrock Rovers. I didn't see anything from Shamrock Rovers, which would suggest a 0-0, which would actually be quite a good result against Bayern. Because I don't think... Who's the weakest team in that group? Is it Zenit? Cluj, they just got there, apparently. 7-0 to Milan. Yeah, Shamrock Rovers won. Bayern Munich won. Oh, no! A 92nd minute equaliser prevented Shamrock from beating Bayern Munich. They're actually looking a bit tasty in that group as it goes. Also, I'm feeling like Dundalk might be able to get third in this group quite comfortably if they're losing 5-0. They're Gladbach. What about Derry? Yep, Derry. Through Vukovic, our lone boy. Derry 1, Dortmund 0. Oh, Derry pulling up trees here. So that's a win for us. A win for Derry and a draw for Shamrock. That's pretty good, actually, considering. Wow. Okay. Haven't been a lot of new Romanian wonder kids, honestly. That's a good result for Derry, though. I'll take that. As both Longford and Waterford also won. Longford, you better watch out. Waterford are actually winning... Well, they've won a match. That's their second win. Okay, what about Europa League? So Bo's lost because they're useless. They'll start home against Sparta Prague. They're going to have no chance in that group. And Sligo, of course, drew at home as well. Sligo should be winning those games. They got to the semis of the Champions League last season. They should be beating PSV Eindhoven. Oh, fuck off. So, PSV scored their only shot on target. Yeah, typical, isn't it? Paolo Vinicius. I said this is going to be one of those days. He's a very good striker, obviously. Still got 51 not got a lot of goals for Brazil, actually, considering. Like, his record is solid. I think he's definitely flourished a lot more now that he's joined Milan. That's definitely been the making of him, I'd say. Number one shot, I didn't know. Wow, look at the number of assists he's getting. He's really contributed to the build-up play as well, I think. How do we even see shirt numbers? It's numbers here. It's probably Swanetsky, right? It is... Oh, it's actually Bremer. Actually, Bremer striker. I would show you, but unfortunately, that screen is balked as well, and I find that it often lies, so it will just make up random numbers, unfortunately. Bogdanov's... Oh, crap. Oh, that's fine. 2 million quid. Nice. That sorting just doesn't work, basically. So if you want to know how it works, it doesn't. I have to click it like 4 times. Look, so if I try to sort the numbers, you have to like click it 4 times for it to actually get it to show the numbers in the correct order for some reason. Because, you know, why do it with 1 click when 4 clicks will make it work? Right, coefficients. 3.2. That still keeps us in 6th at the moment. But we're not far off of We just got to try to stay in the top 5 this year, I think. The battle is really with Scotland and France, and honestly Portugal too. God damn, look how much Italy have just disappeared off into the distance now. It's the problem we're losing that year. We need a magical season, and we're just not going to get it, I don't think. Not without some miracles. Just got to keep cutting it down. 5th and 6th. Yes, there is. There is. So, 5th place. Oh, actually, yeah, there is. So, it affects the number of teams you... That wouldn't even be that bad, honestly. Although, it would probably make it more difficult for them to get into the Conference League. But... So, next year will be 5th. So, next year we'll get the 2 there. So, if we were to drop to 6th... Considering who those teams would be, I actually don't think it'd be the end of the world. It would certainly make for an interesting... Because they'd get some qualifying games to get some extra coefficient. It would also eliminate that horrible the 7th side that doesn't do anything. Oh, yes, MTK Budapest. New contract. What? You only just joined us. How about no? I think you've got a clause as well, don't you, bud? You're definitely not getting one. Current contract doesn't reflect the player I've become. You're a future prospect. Ergo, you haven't become the player yet. Take this further. No. Do you want the picture, Melon? Don't you also have a clause? Maybe not. Yes, he does. He's only been here for a fucking... Jesus. Oh, start next year. I don't know. Does anyone know where Hungary start in a new save? Where are Hungary at the moment? 30th. I don't know where Hungary actually start in a new save. It's probably around the 30 mark, which is about where Norway started. Because I think, if I recall with Norway, didn't Norway start 27th with Tromsø? The one thing as well with Hungary is we will definitely get a head start because we won't have to make up like 15 places, which is just going to give us a nice little head start at first. 27th. Oh, there you go. That's fine, yeah. So hang on, it's the same as it was with Tromsø then. Well, I'll be damned. So it is. Wow, Norway have got way... Oh, it's because of Bodø, isn't it? The last couple of seasons, Bodø have absolutely smashed it for Norway. Because of that, none of that stuff had happened yet when we took over Tromsø. So I'm presuming Norway were right. Norway were definitely, I think, 27th when we took over as well. So that's actually the same. That's cool. Remember, with Ireland, we started 40th, and then in the second season, slipped to 42nd. To give you an idea of just how much work we had to do to get even competitive. You can gain a lot of spaces very quickly once you start having even the slightest bit of success, admittedly, but still, it does take quite a lot. Russia in 10th, though. True, so it's actually going to be 26th then, I guess. Depends on how FM handles that stuff, I guess. Right, we don't want that. I want... Just going to kind of baby some of these guys through matches at the moment. God, I'm annoyed that we didn't get those transfers done before the end of the window, because we could have had Paredes. Paredes and Roberto would have been perfect in a game like today. They'll be good after Christmas, though. Got ice from 51st to 23rd so far. How many seasons did that take you? I'm curious. Because I'm trying to think... We certainly had a few seasons of struggles at first, but once we started making ground, we were making huge ground. Actually, there was also a point where we sort of stalled out at one point, wasn't it? Around about 10th, if I recall. Longford won again. Longford have won back-to-back. Okay, cool. They actually heeded my warnings, which is good. I'm glad they did that. Pez Renchester. I might do that next year, actually, just for the memes. Oh, initial budgets. 174 million transfer budget. Yeah. That seems all right. Seems reasonable. I think we can make that work. Yeah, it was weird, Cameron. Exactly like that. Weren't we like between 10th and 8th for like 5 years straight, just kind of chilling? And then it didn't show our result, did it? You're right. 3-1. We won 3-1. There we go. And then we just made a huge jump up in a couple of seasons, all the way up into the top 4 out of nowhere. Honestly, that probably didn't help us in a way. It would have been better to slowly build up to it, because it just meant that we really just didn't have that 7th side that were capable of doing anything. Because like, when has that 7th team ever done anything in this save? Sadly. Like, we've had them qualify a few times, but I think the best they've done is get 4 points in a Conference League group. Even when it was St. Pat's and they had loads of loan players, they just never seemed to be able to work with them for some reason. It's a shame. 9 years, 15th place. Yeah, that seems about right. I think it took us about 9 to 10 years to get to that 15th, sort of around about the top 15. Because that's when you start getting the extra European spot, isn't it? Because you get 4, And then, yeah, so it's basically completely the same for most part until you get that top 15, top 16. Then you get the extra spot. That's why getting that 15th spot's really important. Shamrock won the conference. Yeah, they did. What, you mean in your save or in my save? Because they actually did it in our save too. Considering we bang on about Sligo and Dundalk, Shamrock are the ones that have actually won something. I see what you mean, Comrade, yeah. I think with Hungary it's going to be way better, because isn't the Hungarian top flight, like, quite large? I thought it was like 20 teams. Might be wrong. I am horribly wrong. It must be the second tier, isn't it? Yeah, it's the second tier. I remember there being a league in Hungary that was huge, but it's the second tier. But remember, with Hungary, of course, the one thing about that is we won't have the problem that we've got in Ireland, where nobody can get relegated from the second tier. And I think this has also caused a problem, because it's caused like this weird bottleneck of teams being too big to fail and just being able to sort of be completely shite and have nothing happen to them. Whereas in Hungary, we'll have all the lower leagues. So there's a bit more potential for that, I think, too. I do think that makes a difference. Oh, they won it in your save too. That's kind of sick. Wow, maybe Shamrock are just predisposed to be good at that. Well, here's our youth intake, chatto. Glorious intake there. We do have a Namibian goalkeeper, which is hilarious. So he'll be the national team keeper for ages. Can't win them all. To be fair, after what happened last year, we can't really complain. Bruno Andreazza. Oi! FM. Behave. He's not awful. Like, he's 6'1", good command of area, great reflexes. He's not awful. Low eccentricity. He will be the Namibian national team keeper. Like, there's no way about it that he will not be their national team goalkeeper. There's Alan Quinn. He's reasonably fast. Okay crossing. He's fine, I guess. Tony Maroney is just a fun name. Not a good centre. Actually, he's got 14 tackling. There's Matty King here. Actually, he's not bad. Solid. Well, okay. Oh, terrible determination, though. There's also this guy, Justin Mercier, which is kind of a cool... Ooh. They're not bad players at all. Any more weird nationalities further down the list, perhaps? Grr White. It's Joe, I realise. New Stadium? No, they didn't. Mike Mead. Dale Dunn. Are we just going for, like, alliterations here? Maurice Alberding. Okay, I kind of wish I'd seen his regen face before I made that TikTok yesterday, because that would have made it in there perfectly. I can just see Asmodeus written straight underneath him right there. He's got full-on Bavarian peasant face. That's what I'm thinking. Think like Kingdom Come Deliverance. This man's about to, well, do things with wenches. Second nationality. He will do. It'll probably be Irish. Although, actually, you're right. Namibian tend not to have... It sounds like he might have Portuguese second nationality or something. No, he's born in Windhoek. Usually they have, like, Dutch-sounding names. Is he from Bavaria? Maybe. Let's have a look. You'll have to let me know, because I won't know where this is. I don't know where Geisha is, other than Japan. Germans, tell me, whereabouts in Germany is Geisha? Oh, they'll probably be very good players, honestly, some of them, yeah. The point is, though, we actually know that we are capable of producing a 5-star talent because of, obviously, Manuel Jizzy. So you have to bear that in mind. But they are still solid players, especially him, actually. Yeah, I have no idea where Geisha is. If it is in Bavaria, then that's funny. Another one! Ilidio Jose Heta, near Frankfurt, not Bavaria. Jizzy developed... Not really, honestly. Despite getting game time, I think maybe we rushed him in. This guy must have second nationality, right? No, born in Marienthal. Okay. Wow. Any more? Oh, what the fuck? What's going on here? Hang on, sorry. Yana Matthew. Anyone find that a bit odd? This is a Thai player, came through at Treaty United, and his name is Yana Matthew. I'm sure he has to be like German or something, or Austrian. Belgian. Belgian? I guess because of Mafia and... I would not have thought that we'd have a Belgian Thai player that would... What the hell is this save? The fact that he's come through an Irish club with Belgian and Thai nationalities and he was born in Sukhothai. Well then. Anyone else in here? Oh, we've got Didier Hernandez as well. Which... He was born in... But he has Irish nationality. Well, that's fun. Also, can we talk about the Irishman here? Jean-Claude Michels. Who is an Irish Dr. Congolese player from Tipperary. Loving these phenomenal language combinations we're getting here. Anyone else that looks a bit like they might be up for some fun? Nah, the rest of them all seem a bit boring. That's incredible. Sean Charles Mick, that's the one. I'm really liking our Thai, Belgian, Irish friend here. I'm going to offer you a contract just because I want to make sure that we don't lose you into the ether. You're our new mascot, my friend. Yeah, Didier Colombian. Yeah, except he is actually... It's Colombian Irish, born in Bello. Only a few miles north. Well, I'll be damned. Okay, well, that was bizarre. You know what? In terms of the memes, that was a good youth intake. And that reminds me, we've got to do an ED7 as a celebration of some of this madness. You know what to do. Let's get cracking. Emmett, just for bringing us fun names, deserves a bit of a round of applause here, I would say. And off we go. Just think we can still play this next year during youth intakes. Which means I get to reuse the scene. I'm being sustainable. Sustainable content, chat. The very best. Oh, good. This is that replay we didn't want. Or need. When is the next game against... That's 7 days and there's 3 games in between. Are you joking? Right. I guess this is actually going to be full strength then. Just to rotate in for it. I might even start Yahi here. Since he's around. But 1 million from Basel. 43 and 62 on loan. Oh, you'd love to see it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can see why. Elite striker. I love that you've got elite strikers on loan. Welcome to my world. It's great. I feel like your save matches mine quite a lot. What's the most success you've had in Europe, Bagpuss? In terms of other Polish sides? And also your own coefficient? I'm curious. Or have you kind of stalled out in the same way we have? What we expected decent youth players. What we got memes. And to be fair, you know what? We weren't going to get decent youth players. But we did get memes. And for that, Emmett, we can always be thankful. And since he's going to be our MTK head of youth development as well, Emmett will live on. Worry not. One day shit. When you sign Panache. Oh. Panache, what a guy. Sorry, Panache. I got told off for calling him Panache. That right there, my friends, right, is the difference between YouTube comments sometimes and Twitch chat. Right, in a nutshell, right? When we found Panache in the African save, we called him Panache because it was a fun meme and he seemed like a great player and he was fun to work with. I signed him for a YouTube save and called him Panache because, you know, the same joke applies. And I'm like, well, actually, it's pronounced Panache. And I'm just like... you know? Managers for next year. Yeah, it'll be Freeze. It has to be Thisey at this point. I feel like it's just an executive decision at this point. But Emmett will still be the Hoyd. Tony Maroney is a phenomenal name. One of the Europa ones. Oh, wow. Fuck, that's pretty impressive, actually. Actually, it's pronounced Nicolaj. Oh, dear. God, Daniel Antonio is so good. How many leagues are active? So I don't have... I'll show you my leagues active. If someone wants to do the database thing in advance. So these are the leagues I have switched on. But I have the players from all the other leagues. So I've got 80,000 players on, but only these leagues. That way you get the fast processing of not having many leagues on. But you also get the benefit of all those clubs producing the players. Because you can turn players on, but not the leagues. Even though you ask him, he just doesn't know what he wants, Maureen, all right? I'm going to have a little chat with him again. See if he's ready for another little sit down. Little chin wag with your boy. Right. What have I not told him about? I don't want him to be a performance analyst. I really don't. Physio? Does that even... Do players ever retire and become physios? I don't think I've ever actually happened. I've ever seen that happen. Fuck it, let's try it. Thighs just had enough of my shit. It's pronounced Andy. I think... Yeah, we'll try technical director next time. It stays Fraser. I just sounded Scouse then all. Maybe he was Scouse all along. I too cannot believe I mispronounced Slang Popov can get off thank to Decilio go go go. Absolute scum. Scum I am. I don't know. There's always a weird... I don't know what it is. I think people just like lording over people with pronunciations. We talk about it all the time. It's just one of those things. No, it doesn't. That's the problem, Dan. He doesn't tell us what he wants to be. It's just... That's the most annoying thing about it. His profile, unless he's changed it now. No long-term plans. Man's just going to buy a motorcycle and go, like... He's going to go on a gap year at this point. Oh, thank you, Veggie. Yeah, I've updated the thing, so it now automatically adds the coupon for you, so you don't need to add in the code. It will just put it in automatically for you. A fanatic messaged me, fanatical messaged me being like, you know, we've got this other thing you can do that makes it easier for your viewers. I'm like, well, I'll be damned. It wants to be free. We got to free the thighs. Wait, hang on. How did he get so much worse all of a sudden? It's actually pronounced Wemp. That's what I'm going to do in future, actually, Bill. Anytime someone tries to be like really pedantic about pronunciations, I'm just going to be like, actually, it's pronounced Wemp. A fanatic streamer, I wish. Get me a wheel. I'll be the next Jimmy Broadbent. W Hemp. We'll start our own hemp company. Web Hemp. Says he's struggling to connect with stuff. They've been together for years. Maybe they need marriage counselling or something. Right, youth prospects again. Nesla, you're not a youth prospect. You're a Dutch international. Let's just calm that one down a little bit. Oh, sweet Jesus. Oh, dear. That'll do. SecondYellowCard. It works. Here's a game we didn't want to have to play. I've never thought I'd say this, chat. I never ever thought I'd say this. But I think our squad's a little bit light. It's just a teensy bit light in certain times when I have to rotate around a little bit. Maybe I should do rotation instead of pick youth prospects, because that's going to ignore a lot of the like 20-something chaps we've got. 7-2 to Dundalk. Abramovich bangs another. Still have star players? Yeah, we do. But there's just not a lot you can do about it. We tried not to for the longest time, but certain of them would not sign new contracts without it. 31 goals in the league for Abramovich. He's not going to get the record, but damn, is he going to get close. Has Demiri just been putting assist after assist for him? I'll have you know, we are down to actually 107 players, thank you. And 68 of those are out on loan. More than half of our squad is on loan. In fact, close to, nearly 69%. Damn. That's my dream. It's the ultimate completionist, to get 69 players out on loan, and it also be 69% of our squad. Check if they're fine with being important players. They're just not, are they? I've never once been able to do that, and they're normally fine with it. The only time I ever get away with that is when they complain about the playing time, and I tell them, well, wouldn't it be good if you were just, like, not? And then they're usually okay with it, for the most part. But I find if you try to do it, like, preemptively, they will just kick a shitstorm up, unfortunately. Just make sure there's no, like, random Bs in here that I'm missing. Nah, we'll be fine. There was 1,100 people as well. Transfer winner before recap. Might as well go hard on refill the squad. I don't know about recap. Remember, we have got 3 new guys joining us in the window, and 2 of them are designed for our first team as well, so I don't think it's going to be too bad. Morgan's Pedersen. I forgot you existed, friendo. After your loft incident. Isn't getting the agreed playing time. Starting role. How much has he played this season? 13 games. But what would he do when he came back? Oh, does it work on the day they sign a new contract extent? That's good to know. I didn't realise you could do it on that. I knew you could do it when they signed, and we often do, because otherwise FM just screws you. But that's good to know. I didn't know you could do it there too. Ooh. Helpful. It just fell out of the loft again, innit? Oh yeah, it's that monthly meeting I have with Jan Holvoet, where we go over the same thing over and over again. Right. Oh, it's a full-on Dundee special going on in Scotland at the moment. Dundee United top, Dundee second, Celtic 7th. Wait, where? I feel like someone's missing from this. Oh, no. We're fine. Ross County are back, by the way. Nice to see. Oh, wow, a week off. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, that's another thing, Manatee, right? Because obviously once we leave, at the end of that season, the loan players will come back. If our team has over 100... We had 134 players at one point. I want to know how they deal with it. I'm so curious to see what happens then. What I'll do here, instead of doing the pick youth process, I'm going to go... Oh, no, I can't do full rotation. I'll do that next time, because full rotation will put our first team back in, won't it? So the tired lads will have to go out again. I know you're lacking fitness, but it's only Dundalk. Oh, I reckon they make like 200 million. The first window after we leave. 200 million pounds worth of players will be sold. Probably even... Oh, I wonder how much... Then again, they probably won't make 200 million, will they? Because they'll sell them for absolutely nothing. We still won 3-0. Good God. And Bibby got a hat-trick. Nice. Oh, Longford Town. Jesus. It's a smacky. Yeah, treat his kit, man. Think of all the washing machines that we need. Did we just win the league there? I guess we must have done. No, you're not having a new... Wait, Velasco. Oh, you must have played. That one. Wait, Sax Iniesta. Oh. It's Angel Iniesta. 5 years into the future. No. 50 years into the future. That's what we're going to do. How can I make my board? Oh, it's the age-old thing, Luke. It's not happening. The board will remain stupid the entire save. Trust me. They'll probably release them at this point. Yeah, I want to play with triple digits. Don't they have that in like certain South American leagues? I've seen players wearing like 3-digit numbers on the back of their shirts. It's only a matter of time. But yeah, we're going to do the looking forwards. Those will be... So the final stream for Treaty will be on the 6th of October. And then the looking forward stream will be on the... let me think about this. On the 18th of October. Just not enough numbers. I know, we'll have to invent some new numbers. I'd like to start. Blarg. Comes after 11. Oh, well, I didn't know he was complaining, but apparently he was. A request postponement. Hell no. Because if you postpone it, it becomes an even worse situation. It then gets shoved into another one. This is the last Saturday stream. Oh, no, I think it'll be one next Saturday. Yeah, next Saturday's the first. 10 plus 1. I like it. Get them doing a bit of arithmetic. I want a player who just has an X on the back. It's an imaginary number. It can be whatever you want it to be. I want hexadecimals on the back of my shirts, damn it. Okay, so Dundalk away at Gladbach today is huge. Derry City host Liverpool. God help them. What are Shamrock up to? Oh, they're hosting Milan. That's going to be tough. Moving to channels. No, I took it off. It really didn't work for me for whatever reason. I don't think we do anyway. Yeah. No, I took it off. I tried it, but it didn't really suit it. Block. Yeah. No, that'd be... Because if you had binary numbers on the back of their shirts, they just get really, really long, but to say very little. Right. Manea is not starting. Christie is starting. And wow, and I guess Jizzy, because we don't put Evan Kvetic on the bench if he's dead. That's going to do. That'll be fine. Oh, right. It's actually pronounced Blag. It's actually pronounced blah. As in Architects on any song. Or that TikTok of a dog walking out of a lake. Either or. Okay. That's all good. Right, I need a piss. So I guess we're going to do sugar-related puns because of reasons. So get your sugar puns in chat and I'll be back in a second. I need to pee-pee. Castor Schmeichel. Very solid. Very much like that. Borussia Mönchengladbach. Nah, mate. Glazdenbach. Oh. Andres Demerara. Emiliano Insulin. Oh, St. Maximin, thank you for the follow. Oh, God. Bat Hamburg cake. Oh, Jesus. Glucose Mourinho. Glucose Mourinho. Oh, God. Florence Cinnamon Pongot. That works. I like that. I particularly like Castor Schmeichel. Ali Diabetes. Mini Eggswin Van der Sar. Oh, I could go for a mini egg. I do like me a minute, especially around Easter. It's just a good time for all. Right, that's better. Okay. Other Irish sides, do your thing. Oh, they've got Marks. Dejan Marks. Castor Schmeichel's very solid. Yeah, I wish Dundalk were in our group. But then, of course, they wouldn't have been because they'd have got, because they wouldn't have been pot 1. Right. Bows are away at Dundee. God help them all. Sligo must be away somewhere. They're away at Basel. That could be tough, you know. Watch Sligo win their Champions League group last year, get to the semi-finals, and then just get knocked out in the group stages of the Europa. Just out of nowhere. That'd be a very Sligo thing to do. I don't know why I pronounce it like that. A bit of Sligo. It's like Sean Connery's bought them. Sligo Rovers. As long as we win. We have managed to go 6-6 before, haven't we, I think. Didier Drogba. Gareth Bale. Dwight Yorkie, standard. Tony Coffee. Gareth. That's terrible. I love it. Icing Milan. That's good. Oh, and it's a good goal. Putting an H after it. So Schlegel. Oh, okay. In that case, it's perfect. Ian Sugar Rush. Candy Carroll. Good. Michael Gumdrop. I like Candy Carroll is solid. That looks like a horrible one. I'm worried that might be a broken leg, friends. Liverpool winning already, annoyingly. Any good news to share? Doesn't look... Oh, bang on. Wait, sorry. Bows are 2 goals up away at Dundee. Hell yeah. Surprise. Oh, great. And Sligo losing. And it's 2-0. Oh, Sligo are back in it. Okay, good. Come on, Sligo. Now's your moment. Do a thing. 2-0 to Liverpool as well against... That's not happening, is it? Have we played both of our opening matches in the Champions League away from home as well? Sligo are just... They're so strange. It feels like they raised their game against better oppositions. Then again, remember, in their first match, they conceded their only shot on target against them and they smashed PSV. So I think they should be good enough, hopefully. But we'll see. Keith Curly-Worley. Tottenham Hotspurs. Okay, we got a goal. Okay, that's fine. Should be good for us. They'll be fine. I think they will be. And if they do come third in that group, you know what? It's not the end of the world. To be fair. Wow. Derry City are not having a good time against Liverpool. Let's just ignore that for a second and see what Dundalk are up to. Ah, good. Lovely news. That's the one that matters. Shamrock versus Milan as well. Let's go down here. That's where the real fun. That's where the fun is. But if you recall last year, Bows lost their first two matches in their group too, and they managed to... Oh, what an effort. They managed to win their next 4. I don't see them doing that this time, but at least they are winning currently. Oh, Sligo have turned it around with Ilya Keating as well. Ronan's brother. He says it best when he scores lots of goals. One will do, though. They just needed to get their act together. I do like that now when we go to these Champions League groups with the other Irish teams, we're not sat there being like, well, they're all going to come bottom. Because they very rarely do. They're usually at least competitive, if nothing else. They usually... Oh, come on. What the fuck? Bogdanov got injured, so I brought on Sal, and now he is injured. So Thijs Fries is going to play wing-back for us. If we lose both of our right wing-backs here, that would be bad. 2-0 to Dundalk. Could we, like, not lose half our damn team? Sligo winning, Bows... If they both won away from home, that'd be very, very good. Martin Toblerone... Oh, that's a strong one. By strong, I mean emphatically the opposite of that. Like... We could end up playing Radojicic there, yeah. It might end up being Dragon. Trying to recall some loanies. I don't think we even have any right wing back loanies, honestly. I'm not sure they can even be recalled outside transfer windows either. Oh no, they can, can't they? I'm trying to think anyone we would have had that would have been a right wing back, honestly. Even if we had been scouting them, it wouldn't matter because we couldn't sign them. We're not in a window. Wow. Oh, Derry have scored a goal and they've had a red card too. Brilliant. Well done, lads. Keep it up. They couldn't be registered for Europe, that's for sure, yeah. Had a fantastic one-star right. That's true. That's true. Get him in. This is the making of him. Oh, good tackle. Come on. Oh! Turbo Civic with an absolute, well, turbocharged finish. Don't jinx it, Marco. They could all start losing any minute. We've seen worse. Shamrock, where's my straw gone? That was a great goal. The VTEX just kicked in. Oh. Oh, crap. The lid's come off. Oh, Pog always overfills this so much. I'm always worried about just like... Come on, lid. Please go on. There we go. This might be in, you know. Oh, close one. Free agents outside. I think you can, but they'll all be shite. There won't be any good free agents knocking about by now. I did trial some, but none of the Irish sides picked any up either, which is a shame. I should remember for once. Glenn Kamaramel. I like that. Still only speaks Yoruba. Wow. He's just really committed to the bit. Oh, 3-1 to Bose. You know what? I'd take this current setup right now. Derry City never had a chance in hell of their game. Wait, do we even have any more subs left? Oh, we do. Fuck it. Jizzy, Champions League debut. Enjoy. We'll get... Why has that disappeared entirely now? We'll get Pulisic in. It'll be fine. Oh, 3-2. Come on, lads. Don't fuck this up now, Bose. Please don't fuck this up. Don't allow this to be a thing that you do. Oh. Is that goalkeeper called Winkler? Yeah. Oh, that's Dietmar Winkler. He's really good. He was the guy that we nearly signed a little while ago. Less than again, like 200% larger. You're going to just have to hold the screen 200% closer to your face, Ragnar. I'm sure that'll make you feel way better. Nothing makes me feel better in the day than putting a phone really close to my face. There's a lot of injuries knocking about here. Right. Touch wood, there doesn't appear to have been any nonsense. It looks like it's just Derry being rubbish. I'm worried about those injuries, though. That could genuinely hurt us. Trubovic, though, was fantastic. Right. Come on, Irish teams. Don't have done anything silly in stoppage time. That's all I ask of you. If Shamrock got another draw, that's pretty impressive. Considering it's Zenit that are, in theory, the weak side in their group. Oh, no, not again! Shamrock have now conceded late winners. Sorry, a late equaliser and a late winner in the 92nd and 93rd minute of their opening Champions League matches. And this time it was fucking Paulo Vinicius that scored as well. I trusted him. He was supposed to defeat the Milan, not join them. That's not good. Please don't tell me that... Yeah, 5-1's a bit icky there, isn't it? Shamrock should have 4 points on the board right now. They should have 4 points. They were beating Bayern until the 92nd minute, and they were drawing with Milan until the 93rd minute. That's very annoying. At least Dundalk won. Right, that's something. All right, please, 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 please. Fractured toe, 3 to 4 weeks. Shit. They're both actually going to be out. Right, this is going to be interesting. Right. What about Europa League? Hopefully they did the thing there. So Bose did win. That's a really good result, actually. Bose winning away at Dundee. Thank you. You did a thing. Enjoy. And I presume... Yes. Okay, that's better. Sligo back in form again now. Winning 2-1 away at Basel is a very good result. Marseille beat Inter. Even better. Makes our life much, much smoother. That's still good news, though. So we still got 4 wins and a... No, 4 wins, yeah. Should have been 4 wins and a draw. Instead, it was just 4 wins. What does that do for us? 4 point... How does that... It feels like you just never get any ground made up, doesn't it? Scotland continued to make huge gains somehow. Constantly. We had 4 wins and we got barely nothing... Basically nothing for it. Italy, on the other hand, smashing it, though. Right. It's because it's still divided by 7. Yeah, it's horrible. That's why dropping down are probably... I reckon we have our best season in one of the last seasons of the save because of the drop downs, and we won't have that the 7th side weighing us down, and they won't be diluting the points either. I reckon we've got a 20-odd point season in us, but it'll be too late to matter. Unless we have like a 50-point year. That's the dream, right? Now the entire... Oh, God. Who's going to play in that Shamrock Rovers match with this? There's 51 people on international duty. I'm genuinely curious to see who's going to even play in that game. Antonio's banged another 6 goals. Good stuff. Doesn't seem to be doing much for them in Europe at the moment. So that's the semi-final. That's fine. We're making progress. The progress is being made. We're going to get through all 6 games. Don't worry. It's more of a test to see if we can. I think we did do it once before. So I don't think it's entirely out of the question. I just have to somehow keep myself concentrating, which is a task and a half. I'm sure you'll agree. Stop Bello instead. In fact, let's start Bello and Bibby. Give him a bit of a chance. So Velasco can play right wing back. Oh, he can. Velasco can play on the right. He's got an okay right foot. Glad we kept him and not Navarro then. Okay, in that case, we'll be fine. We'll just put Christian Velasco in instead. All is well. I think I actually had to train him to play on the left, didn't I? That makes a lot more sense now. Glucagon. That's just hard to say. I'm struggling. HJK finally do something. Oh! I find HJK seem to perform quite well in Europe on my saves. Like, annoyingly so. Particularly on Nordic Nomads. Like, they actually give Spurs a really good run in the Europa Conference League. Yeah, we should throw in the full right back list. True. We don't like right backs around these parts. That is also true. Why does our game just not appear? Ah, there we go. 2 for Bello. Nice. Everton winning the League Cup and all 3 European trophies in successes. Ah! They did the same thing that Saints did. Southampton did this exact thing on my Bolton save, wasn't it? Was it Bolton? Which save was it? Where Southampton won all 3 European trophies back to back. In a row. Under Hasenhüttl. I think it was the Bolton save. No, was it a stream save? For some reason I feel like it was a stream save and I don't know why. Oh, see, it was when I was at Sassuolo. Yes. That's why I was like, why would I care so much about Saints? But that's why, yeah. Fair play. That was insane. That's 2 games there. Nice. Guardiola managing them. Yeah, if I recall... Was it Ronaldo that took over at Everton on one of my saves and did an insanely good job? Like, I think he took over them, saved them from relegation, won the Conference League, then won the Europa League, and then then qualified for the Champions League. Didn't win it. Didn't do a Hasenhüttl, but he did pretty close. It's definitely the best managerial Ronaldo that I've ever seen, that's for sure. I love shit like that. I wish there was a few more things like that would happen. Lane's now Irish. Hang on, surely you're not... You never got a Brazil cap? Oh, God, don't tell me you've got some moon claws. Oh, that's fine. It's not, but, like, it's okay. Manager, oh, no chance. There's no need for him to be a man. What the fuck? I don't think it's something he'd ever do. There's no real reason to when you're him, right? You can do anything you like at that point. Why risk going into management? Management seems like a great way of destroying your legacy from time. Lane is very much on the cards here, yeah. And I'll tell you what, I cannot wait. Get rid of those. How's that list coming along? Wow, we've literally halved it already, nearly. It's because I'm being extremely tight about it. It's got all right, Drew. We got... Oh, thank fuck. I thought that was someone important. Sorry, Magnus. No offense. Didn't need to be manager. Of course not. But I just feel like he's a different type of character to Ronaldo. Plus, in order to be a manager, as you say, he'd have to retire. And the man will play forever. But no, it's going good, Drew. We're 2 out of 2 in the league, in the Champions League, which is to be expected. Just had a couple of injuries, though. Other Irish sides are doing okay, apart from Shamrock Rovers, who they conceded goals in the 92nd and 93rd minute of their last 2 matches to throw away 4 points. Which is good. Not. So they should be doing better in Europe, but they're just not. Did we actually look at the groups? For the Champions League groups. So, Dundalk sits second in their group. I think they should have the better of Gladbach and will at least come third. Shamrock Rovers have already got a good point against Bayern, and it looks like they should, as long as they don't muck things up against Zenit, third should be on the cards for them too. Derry City, incredibly, Did Dortmund score a goal yet? I'm curious if Dortmund have actually scored a goal yet. Okay, right. They have. Dortmund scored their first Champions League goal of the season. They didn't get any last year. I think there's a good chance they could all get third there. We can do it with all of them except us going into the Europa League at this rate. Wait, hang on. You got a Uruguay cap while playing for St. Pat's. That's impressive. Why can't they be better then? Moving up the coefficients is not on the cards. Preventing ourselves from moving down is what we're trying to do this season. Hey, Saz! Yeah, Derry literally got the best group out of the lot, and they were the last seed. They've made it good, though, with their actions, I must say. Liverpool look like they'll win that group at a canter, but it does look like second's up for grabs. I really don't want Derry to qualify for the next round, though. I'd much rather them go into the Europa League. Right, when is... Inter's 11 days, so... Ooh. Hang on a minute. Well, this is a lineup. Chat, I get the feeling we might be about to lose to Shamrock Rovers. We've got no... There's a greyed out guy. There's a greyed out guy in our lineup. God help us. If this team beats Shamrock Rovers, they get what they deserve. Hang on. Did I just give the captaincy to the greyed out defender? I think I just gave him the captain's armband. This is not going to go well. Watch him score the winner now. We actually won. We actually won and kept a clean sheet. Captain Hunt here, with his 8 leadership, did the business. How did we beat them with that team? Diego Bello and Felipe Emmanuel with the goals. Matthew Hunt is massive. This is just facts. Sligo really do shit the bed in the league sometimes, don't they? Bows have actually been really bad. They need to sign some more players. It's a C Hunt indeed. I've just offered him a contract. Yeah, go on, Matty Hunt. He's in. Another one for the collection. Yeah, I'm still using the 19 scouting method. If I set my scouts to look for 3 to 4 star players, they wouldn't find any because they don't work properly. And if... Oh, sorry, that's not true. They do work, but you'd get like 3 a season and it's a waste of time. Sign him. I have signed him. He has been signed. That's what we just did. Matthew Hunt for MTK manager. Ah, dear. All your players, yeah. That's what they'll do. That's just how the game's programmed. PSG just sign your players and put them in their reserves. In fact, it's not even PSG that signed them. It's like PSG under 19 that they sign for. That's just, yeah. But the best thing you can do is just not sell them. Unless they've got release clause, in which case you've got no choice. But if you don't have to sell them, then don't. I think people let their players go way too easily. Like, just because the player's upset doesn't mean you have to sell them. Daniel Antonio got a cap. Wow, first Brazil cap. And you know what? The season he's been on, he deserves it. He's a phenomenal striker. So glad that he's actually managed to stay out there. I just hope they don't send him back. He's finally found a club that he can be happy and succeed in, right? Right, so let's send these guys around again. Might actually be some good players in there. But oh, he's £40 million. I don't care at this point. Hang on, he's 42 million at Shakhtar. What the hell? What in the hey? Right, do a bit of that. West Kent Hunt. Should promise asking for... Yeah, exactly. You don't even need to do that. Like, just piss them off. Like, honestly. Like, I held on to... I had a couple of players complain yesterday with Nomads, and one of them I promised I'd sell him for his release clause. It was 22.5 million. No one even bid on him after that, which was weird. And the other guy was happy to stay. There's like a little checklist I always run through to keep players happy. Seems to work quite... Cure Pipe Starlight. We tend to look at them occasionally. Now, I don't know if they've got a... Aren't they called something else in this save? I swear they've got like a slightly different name. Yeah. Oh, it's Cure Pipe, not Cure. Like that. I think I do that every time, don't I? There they are. Oh, they do have a badge. Yeah. As long as they don't get annoyed in the window that you're trying to give them a new contract. So just make sure they don't ever get within 6 months. Won't sign a new contract. Not in that same window they won't. But I found that they easily will later down the line. They tend to forget about it. I mean, I'll let you know what happens when I try to do the same thing with this Van Noj, because that's the guy that I did that on. But the biggest bid we had for him was like 11 million, I think, from Leipzig. And after I had that meeting with him, nobody even put a bid in. I barely got any bids on our players in that window. And I was really looking forward to trying to sell a Rona and Die for like 30 million pounds, but it just didn't quite happen. Gamer guy Daz, thank you so much for the prime. That's super kind of you. How's it going, Daz, on this fine Saturday afternoon? I say fine. I actually couldn't tell you. I assume the weather's nice. I have to go outside for that. Pog Podinova has turned professional and is suddenly worth 30 odd million pounds. Pog really did do well with this, didn't she? What a signing. Another insanely cheap Bulgarian. I think she'd love to see. Ask where you can't afford. Oh yeah, if that's the case, then you just need to sell them. Of course. But that's why I always keep control of our wage structure so tightly for the most part, because if you start to scale up too quickly, you're just in all sorts of trouble at that point. Have we still got players on international duty? I assume we do. But just in case, we'll rotate full. Just to be sure. Velasco's in again. Although Velasco's going to probably have to play mid. I hope he's registered, actually. Might just... Let's put Pog in. Oh, thank you, Daz. That's very kind. Thank you for joining us on the stream side of things. It's like the Nomads, just with more swearing. And more sausage roll eating. Sign in from Brummy Brides. Yeah, but I didn't sign this guy. Pog signed this one. From Bulgarian Brides, apparently. Oh, it's Sligo. Just the team I've been looking to smash around a little bit. It's cloudy as fuck. Ah, that one. Haven't actually been outside today yet. Didn't need a run this morning. I'm running tomorrow. Yeah, we actually had a lot of face in the games. I didn't realise. Alaku is one of them. I kind of just hate how many there are. There's just too many. Like, I totally understand having lots of them existing, but I feel like maybe there should be a limit to how many come through in each save. That would be maybe a good way around that. Longford lost at home to Waterford. After all that success, and now they're starting to balls it up. I swear to God, if they get relegated, they're dead to me. Dundalk again. Wow, that's getting really tight there for the second place. Although Dundalk do have games in hand, so probably not so much. But once again, it looks like Sligo might miss out on Champions League. Again. Approved deal for Velasco. No. I find that you can just say no there sometimes as well. If they can't sack their agent, and then you just go in here and do the same meeting that you did before. Where you go that, and then they're just happy anyway. Called Mihai. I think Mihai is quite a common name, right? Dwell sign a replacement. Didn't sign a replacement. The window's now shut and he's willing to wait. Is there any way you'll change his mind about leaving? I don't know. I've never actually tried that one. The main reason is because anytime I've ever used the sign a replacement one, they just always kick up a fuss about it and say, well, I don't have time to wait for that. Yeah. Add in scouting method used for the season, even if it's just a video mention. What do you mean? Add in scouting method used. Which scouting method? We use the same scouting method every season. In the season roundup. Yeah, no, but I don't know what you mean by scouting method. We use the same scouting method every single time. So there'd be no reason to mention it because everyone knows that's how we do the scouting. Kickoff, he didn't. Yeah, that's surprising. Maybe he just has the right temperament for it. Oh god, now Saki's going to ask for a new contract. I didn't. Oh, sorry, my apologies. So yeah, we use the same scouting method all the time. I made a video about it. That's the reason I didn't mention it in the recaps, because that video, I very rarely get asked about the scouting anymore. Like, we would get asked usually 4 or 5 times per stream about how we did the scouting. I made that one video and it just never comes up anymore. It's actually kind of incredible, the impact that had on that particular topic. I'm amazed. I'm just amazed at how well that video did, to be honest. But yeah, most of our scouting is done by the same method. The only player I would have signed that isn't through that method is that Brazilian guy I showed at the start of stream. He, I believe, was a scout report based on the fact that we played against his side in the Club World Cup. And one of my scouts went, he's a bit good. And now I've signed him. Well, I will do. He'll join us soon. Right. Another little chunk of players here. Oh, still some quite interesting nationalities in here, actually. A lot of South Americans. Love that. Wasn't sure watching treaty progress videos what was being used. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's where all these guys come from. That's why we were fine. That's why all the signings are like 18 and under, basically. That's pretty much the only way I've done any scouting in this save for the last like 20 seasons, honestly. Hey, Harv! Keep me company. Hot dogs for lunch. How is that go? It's going well. We've won 2 out of 2 in the Champions League, but that's not to be a big surprise. It's... Oh, did I just miss out a cool orphan goalkeeper? Shit. What country was he from? If you just remember his name, I can look him up because I think I might have just discarded him. Other Irish sides doing okay as well. Not spectacular. Oh, you... Nice one, Baz. Yasser Malik implies, like, is he Egyptian? Sounds Egyptian. Oh, he's Iraqi. Oh, no. Shit. Fuck. Was not my intention there. Fuck. I probably should have just gone through with that in the end there. Because now he's not going to agree to the trial, is he? He'll now say no to that. Let Chief Scout assign just hasn't worked in my save. Oh yeah, no, I don't. When I say I let my Chief Scout do stuff, but I just don't do anything. Like occasionally I'll bring through a player, but it's usually not one of note. I just feel like scouting is not very effective. It feels like your scouts don't bring you anything decent most of the time, no matter how good they are. And especially when you set them specific assignments. You'll send them to Argentina or whatever and go, hey, look at the Argentina League and bring me back some players. Just anyone that looks kind of decent. And then 6 months later, you'll have a report with 2 players in it that look kind of okay at best. But then if I do this with Argentinian players, I've got like a list of about 50 of them. So it's like, were you not looking at these players or what? Like, I realise a scout can't find every perfect player, but it just feels like it's so ineffective that it basically makes the whole point of scouting pointless. And that kind of sucks. I'd much rather scout the traditional way if I felt that it had any real efficiency to it, and it just doesn't. Even if it was, like, half as efficient as what I currently do, I'd be more likely to use it at all.
Cooper,
basically, Lacatus, when I'm doing that, I'm not actually designing that so that I'm going to actually let them do that. The plan isn't to let the player be sold. The plan is to wait for the club to buy it off of me. I think the only time we've ever had Dinas Coelho, thank you for the follow. The only player I think that's actually triggered that clause was Vinicius. The rest of them I just had the clubs buy off of me for, like... It's a great way of getting extra money out of a transfer. That's the way I look at it.
Oh, this is.
I find that if, say, I'm thinking I might get £15 million for this as a 50% of next sale fee clause. If I ask the club for £15 million up front, they will not do it. But if I put it in that clause, they almost always agree to it. So it's just a good way of getting that money in around the back way, if you like. Olaf Ningo, thank you for the follow. That's the reason I always do it. Very rarely does it actually require the player to actually be sold, and sometimes the clubs will just never offer you anything. So for example, Randy Hobbs is at Dundee and he's worth like 60 million quid. They have never once tried to buy that clause off of me, and it's so annoying because I really hope that someone like Barca just buys him off of them, because we'll get like 30 million. It'd be great. Wonder Kid list in March. Yeah, to be fair, a lot of the players that, well, some of the players you see in next gen aren't even that good when you do a proper scout report on them, because sometimes we'll find players in the next gen that we've already scouted through this method, and we'll be like, oh, these guys, we had a guy that was like number 7 on the next gen. He was F rated and he just wasn't actually that good. I think the next gen's often based a lot more about the number of minutes they play rather than how good they are sometimes. Never try to buy the clause. Yeah, that's just an issue, unfortunately. I find that, generally speaking, I find that they do try to buy the clauses. Occasionally they won't do. So like, they never tried to buy the Vinicius one, and the Randy Hobbs one's never been... But I think it's just because Dundee United don't have that much money. Actually, what we're talking about, of course they do. They're just tight. So, certain clubs will more likely to do it. That's why I try if I can to sell to England and Italy. I find, and sometimes Germany as well. England especially, though, they love buying. Chelsea are great for that. Chelsea just love buying clauses off of me. It's amazing. They've got a guy called Faller. Morton Faller. As in, out of a loft, perhaps? Just asking. Right. Only trying 30%. Oh, no. I mean, the reducing it will not help you, as far as I'm aware. I always do 50. I'd much rather have 50% of something than 30% of nothing. Or, like, it just... I find they work, personally. But, hey, everyone saves different, right? You know how Norway said when you... Is this going to be... We'll tank when you leave. I think there's definitely going to be some tanking. But I'd like to believe that we've at least made the clubs good enough infrastructurally, and like they've got enough good players and money now at the clubs that they should at least be able to achieve something, as we take the lead against Inter already. Scout reports of player with that nationality in all the different leagues. How do you mean? Well, so say you sent a player to Argentina, you'd get a load of Argentinian players back, but not players that play in Argentina. Are you sure you're not just scouting players of that nationality? I wouldn't know. We tried setting up all of our scout reports official and proper and done the whole good thing, and basically got no reports for like a full year. Wasted an entire year of scouting on that, and it was so pointless. But that's just how it goes, isn't it? Then we just went straight back to doing what we do, because It's not like I didn't want to give it a try, but when I tried it for a year, we saw nothing from it. And by this point, of course, we were like a big, solid European side, so we should at least be able to have that kind of knowledge. The scouts were all really good. I just think the scouting got nerfed like crazy. Just to make it... Again, it's one of those things that for me is difficulty for no reason. Kippy Dan, thank you so much for the 7 months. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Matt.
Oh, what a pair of tackles. Start over to England. Yeah, I mean, you can start with Austria if you want, but, like, to me, that's just not that fun. In all honesty. I don't... Like... The point for me is that building a nation involves building, and I feel like with Austria, you're kind of already there. It's kind of like adding a penthouse on top of your apartment building rather than building one from the ground up. It's just not fun for me, really. And Serbia... Don't Serbia start quite low? Also, I believe Serbia have quite strict squad rules. I can't remember. Haven't managed there since Red Star. Get reports from Argentine players in the Premier League. Yeah. I tell you why that is, Joachim. Probably because with the lack of matches, they would have probably watched a load of... international games featuring those players, and they would have probably played alongside teammates that play in the Premier League, and that's why you get those reports. I often find that seems to be the case. Norway, I did Norway last year. We got Norway to 3rd, and I really think had I continued, we probably could have gone higher. I think I thought there was a stopping point, but for now. Direct Champions League place next year. Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the quality of it for building a nation. Any team could have that if you're in the right point in the coefficient chart. It's not really about where they are in the chart. It's about what the nation's like as far as building it with squad rules and whatnot. Red Star have done very well, yeah. The first one I ever tried to do was with Denmark. It's not on YouTube. Well, actually, technically, it is on YouTube. It's on the second channel, Lulu. The VODs, anyway. No, like... recaps or anything like that. I wasn't doing that back then. So the streams are up on YouTube, but not like recap stuff. I wasn't doing those back then. They take a long time to do. You might think they're not. They start low. They start like 12th or 13th. Oh, didn't know they started. But again, there's my point then. So what are we building then? We're building a team with boring national team rules from 12th to 3rd or whatever. That to me is just not that interesting. Like, that's why I like to start 25 plus, ideally. Clates with the raid! How's it going, friend? One of these days, I'm going to need to stop streaming early just so I can raid you. I feel like I'm always the taker of the raids, never the giver, you know? This is an imbalanced relationship. But thank you very much for the raid, my friend. How's it going? How's things at Hertha Brazil? We scored again. We're smashing Inter in the first half here. I hadn't even realised it. Just classic streamer things, right? Let me get you a shout out, my friend. Ah, dear. As usual, spelling it wrong. When have I ever spelled someone's name right? At least that time I didn't accidentally try to raid you. Like, I've done that before. Latvia. Where did Latvia start and what their rules like? Did Chase Kiddy score for PAOK? Terrifying, innit? I hope he's got no... Well, watch out for their youth players. That's all I can say. Ollie with the 13 months. Thank you, friend.
This something keeps going up. Do we need to tell the parents?
I think so. I think at this point, yes. It's probably a good time to meet the parents. Maybe like, not like at their house or anything. Maybe like go to a restaurant, introduce them like that way, I think. The relationship is long enough for that. Right. Pumpy fists. Wait, no. I think we need to show everyone that sorry. Can I not pumpy fists? I guess we're doing outstretched arms. Crushed mushy or garden peas with fish and chips. You know what? I tend not to have them at all, honestly. I know, crazy. Controversial. But just not a huge fan of them, honestly. Ew, vegetables. Sunday brunch outlook. Yeah, maybe some mimosas. Dundalk are beating PSG. Every year, every goddamn year, they get one result that's just like, huh? And this one looks like today. Dundalk 1, Paris Saint-Germain 0. Things you love to see. Right, let's just keep that on the other screen and get Europa League up. See what's cracking here. Bo's losing to Monaco. Where is Sligo? Presumably they'll be further down, so I'll just do that preemptively. What about the other Irish sides? What's Derry City getting another draw? Standard. And Shamrock, as usual, just seem to never be visible. Dundalk just cannot be stopped. Doesn't get too boring. I mean, I guess it depends on where your entertainment's coming from. I don't think people are watching this because of the way we play in the league. Let's put it that way. That's why we don't really focus much on the league. So put it this way. If we were going to play in an upper, like, an upper mid one like a Serbia then. So what that would basically mean is that if it is so competitive after all that time, that means that we would not be able to sim the league matches. So the seasons would take twice as long to get through. The foreign rules are quite draconian for the most part. And I don't think that would be particularly interesting. And it would also allow us to have less time to build a nation as well. And I don't think there's as much to be built. That's a good finish. Why was that even in question? He's miles onside. Yeah, of course, but I'm not playing it for myself. I'm playing it to make content. And it always has to be viewed through that lens because that's what it is at the end of the day. Question? Go down. What about destroying a nation? I don't know how you'd do it. Like, if you're actually doing a full-on save like that. I'm not sure what you would do other than stuff that just I don't think would be particularly fun long-term. So you'd have to, like, you wouldn't be able to do that from a single club for a start. You'd have to do that from multiple sides, and it would have to be someone like England. But you just end up keep getting sacked all the time, wouldn't you? And I just don't know what you could really do. How do you handle rotation? I just change the squad before the match and rotate. Yeah, the actual one. Why wasn't he starting anyway? Sure about the Champions League early, I guess, but I feel like you just end up getting sacked all the time. And I don't think there'd be that much longevity to it, is my point. I swear like we can never see Shamrock Rovers. 2-0 to Bows. God damn it, man. Bear in mind, right? In Norway, we lost the league title at one point, like 20 seasons into the save. What we're doing with Building a Nation Spain. Oh, do you know what? I think we should do Building a Nation England. How about that? Then everyone's happy. But yeah, we didn't actually... The reason was in Norway because the players... There's a rule in Norway that means... All right, how about this, chap? How about this? Oh, come on, Thysey. Oh, come on. A thought, potentially. I don't know what the rules are like in Hungary in terms of loan players, but I suspect they don't have that cool rule like Norway had. But what about if I added that rule to the league? So that players could play against their parent club. And that way I wouldn't have to worry about forgetting to put that in their contracts. I just made it a rule of the league personally. So that way it would just happen. So then we would actually have to worry about the league a bit more. Because I'm more than happy to do that. Are we about to balls this up here? But that's what I do. Just can you edit the coefficients? Yeah, you can, but there's no point in doing that. I mean, I am going to be editing the coefficients for a video I'm going to make because I'm going to flip them all over. Can't play versus parent. Yeah, so I could change that. So I could just make a rule like they have. So in Norway, basically, when you loan a player to a club, you're not allowed to ban them from playing against their parent club. Hello, Pogs. You right there? So yeah, that would be... Okay, so cool. We can add that to the list of things we want to change about the MTK save then. I'm more than happy to do that. If anything, that'd make it more fun. No, the rule would be so that they have to be able to play against their parent club. Because we used to... Yeah, because Mulder did actually win the league against us one year. Like, unironically. Obviously, they did it with a load of our loan players, but that was what made it fun. They were actually allowed to play. And I do wonder if that would actually... be better for... Because I think that one of the problems is the morale issue could be a problem, right? So 4 or 5 games in one go. No. Well, no, what you do is you just get to the match day and hit instant result. Takes like 2 seconds, to be fair. Do you remember that season Rosenborg had where they were miles clear and then just bottled the second half of the season so badly it came 4th? San Marino first and then England last. So yeah, what I was going to do is I'm going to flip all the coefficient around for another video where everyone who's... The worst teams go to the bottom... Sorry, to go to the top and vice versa. I want to see how long it takes to either balance out or not at all. Take away league rules. I don't know. I'm sure if there's a rule there, you can add it, right? Yeah, the only reason I'd add it as a rule is just because otherwise we'd have to make... Besides, I find that even though I have it set so that... Bear in mind, when I have my dev center thingy, I have all the players set in the dev center so that they can play against us. But when a contract offer for the loan comes in, the loan manager just... auto accepts it and just doesn't put that in there for some reason. Really annoying. Bye. It comes back. I don't think it's ever in the normal skin, is it, Lulu? It's always a custom skin. You need to get it to work, I think. But yeah, so I'll just add it in as a rule. That'll be fine. I'm more than happy to do that. The fact is, chat, we're going to be changing stuff about the database in order to make the save more fun long term anyway. And that one for me is actually going to make it harder for us. So I certainly won't be opposed to doing that. So, it'd be weird if someone complained about me making it harder for myself now, wouldn't it? Since everyone always complains it's too easy. So, Shamrock fucked it up, but they did at least draw away at Zenit. Derry City, what did they get up to? Drew away Ajax. Derry City just picking up cheeky little points here and there along the way. That's really good. That's how you do a building nation with it. It would still be so easy. Trust me. I did a test before where I gave Andorra top coefficient. And like I made it so that they wouldn't lose it straight away as well. Within 5 seasons, they were back to being like 50th again. Well, not 5 seasons. Within like 10 years, back to being 50th. And the same thing would happen with England because of the reputation stuff. What I find would be interesting, though, would be... Oh, he's going to come on trial. Would be if the whole thing was flipped. Because that way, everybody's kind of suffering and gaining at the same time. That's what I want to try. So... Oh, fitness concerns. Shit. Yeah, so the rules that we're going to change at the moment, that's the one. The new one we've just added. Potentially stuff to do with the loan rules, depending on what the game's like. We don't know what the rules are going to be implemented and how they're going to work. The other stuff is to do with things like national transfer biases of the clubs themselves, to prevent them from having what happened here, where they only seem to sign in a really kind of insular way. We want them to be able to sign from a much broader perspective. So there's that. And also things like potentially the developed nation status of Hungary, because that won't ever change dynamically, and it's going to make it so that they can be the best league in the world and still considered like a shithole. And Budapest is beautiful, I've heard. Man City versus... Yeah, that could literally be a thing. But the beautiful thing about that is it means that a lot of those nations would lose their only, like, representative already. So they'd really struggle to build it back up again. And I want to see what the effect that would have over, like, a 20-year period. Because if you had, like, all the weakest nations in the Champions League, with, like, 4 teams each, they'd all suddenly gain loads of money. And I'd be very curious to see what it does to the infrastructure of it all. So basically, yeah, we're putting stuff in to make the save be way better realistically long term. All the things that FM doesn't scale properly, we're going to give it a helping hand at the very start. Because those things like their transfer biases, you won't see any effect from that until such time as they've got a lot of money and can actually sign those types of players. So it will basically won't affect things at the start of the save at all. We'll obviously do some tests, which is why we're not going to start the save the moment the game's released. We'll give it a few weeks to sort things out properly. Yes, groups. So, Champions League groups. Dundalk at top of their group. They might fix all that. You got any other fun jokes for us today, Scott? Don't be silly, we're getting supporter confidence. That's the dream, right? I think Shamrock will be okay for 3rd spot, providing they win the home game against Zenit. 222 players. I don't know what the full rules are like in Romania. Where is Romania in the coefficients? Let's just have a little... Go back to our little chart here. No, wrong one. Wow, Romania are lower down than I thought they were. 25. That's the same kind of area, honestly. So that would probably be 24th next year. Interesting. Yeah, Poland... I know Poland has really relaxed rules, but I've already done Poland. Just direct all your complaints to Holly and Mike. It's true. They are now the face of this. So Dundalk's top of the group. Shamrock doing good. Derry City, inexplicably, provided Dortmund don't do a silly, and by silly I mean win, and start doing some crazy stuff, Derry City hopefully will be able to come 3rd in this group too, which is sick. So it's something that's been teased about basically in one of the trailers they put out for the new features bill. Yes, it's something to do with supporter confidence, which for me just has all the hallmarks of a new dynamic feature that will find new ways to make the game less enjoyable to play. Dortmund have at least scored goals this year, I suppose, which is something, right? Yeah, so we'll just continue the Dundee save into the main game for a little bit until MTK's ready, basically. Just go on holiday. Keeper's just having a piss up. They've all gone Marbella without you. No red rules with limited squad size is more restrictive than yes. Actually, it's a good point, to be fair. Is Romania... Yeah, Romania is in the base game, isn't it? Forget that one about supporter confidence, in it, yeah. I just really would love to see some QOL stuff, just as well. Found a crispy onions. What about crispy onions? I like Onions just help the taste of things, right? Particularly when they caramelize. Largy, thank you for
Hey,
the
Matt,
24 months.
Don't pop in too often because I'm normally working when you stream, but still watching every building à Nation and Nordic Nomads vidéo, 120 épisodes ongrefable of your content.
Well, thank you, my friend. That's super kind. Oh, God, imagine, Ollie. If that is something they brought in, I think I would honestly just be, like, done with it at that point. Stop forcing people into using things that they don't want to use in the game. Don't punish players who wanted to play the game in a fun way. Do you know what I mean? If that was the... Earlier on, I don't know if you saw this, we were going through the features, and I was trying to come up with my, like, best case and worst case scenarios for each of these teased things, basically. So, like, how I'd love to see something like that implemented versus how we think it's going to be implemented. That would be kind of fun, wouldn't it? Affect my decisions in a way. Oh yeah, it won't affect your decisions, but it will probably cause things like certain stuff will happen out of your control because of it. You know? I think so many things could be ruined. I dislike things that are there for no other reason than to provide filler and don't actually add anything to the game itself. The actual game part, you know? Yeah, to be fair, if that's the case, then I'll just have to do as you say, that exact thing. Here's a little bot. But to be fair, that bot already exists. And look how broken things like Club Vision and stuff are. And how, like, you could be... We won the Champions League and World Club Cup without conceding a goal. Where league champions won every single trophy and the board rated it as a B. Like, what do you have to do to get an A then? Like, stuff like that. Well, that's the other thing. With things like supporter confidence, if it is what I think it could be, then again, I'm not too bothered. But I always look at it and go, right, this is going to have negative impacts on this, because it just will, because there's obviously some kind of negative side there. What does it add as a positive impact to? If it's only one side, then it's just going to be bad, isn't it? Compulsory press. Zealand's like, is there a new pause button? You get away for licensing. My suspicion with it is it's going to be the draws will be different. There'll be more pageantry to them. And honestly, you know what? Fine. That's fine with me. It's cool, I guess. Don't think it really changes anything, but... The fan feedback's usually always slightly better than the board's feedback. If supporters' confidence is to do with your job security, then that is going to have a brilliant way of ruining people's saves when it inevitably doesn't work properly. Longford have just smashed... Oh my god, Longford just beat Bose. God damn. Just not displayed. Maybe. But if that's the case, then what is really being added here? Like, you can already see things like that if you go into performance. You can see... This is the board, obviously. Where do you see the supporter version? There definitely was... Oh, hang on. Is that it? Oh, no. I swear there is a way to see that, right? Is it only transfer activity? Yes, you can only see it with transfers. Like, I signed a guy for 55 grand and it's a C+ transfer. He's been starting games for us. Oh, so you get a bit of both, yeah. B+. Everything is a plus. Everything. But it's a B+. Lordy Lord. I don't know. The moment I saw that, I was just a bit concerned. The planner thing is very interesting. Whatever that could be. I talked a bit earlier about how I would like... How it would be cool if it was X, but I worry it will be Y. Kind of thing. Because I actually think there's a lot of cool things you could do with that. I'm just concerned that it won't be any of those things. More important to the players. Okay. We'll follow up and tell them to do it for the media for that. That's a good point, actually, yeah. That'd be a good way of leveraging it, yeah. I think that comes down to a little bit of how... What setting you have the crowds. The planner could be useful, but only if it's what I hope it will be. Which is what I'm... So, I realise a lot of you were here at the start of the stream. So what my vision for what the planner could be is as follows, right? Separate thing on here. Basically, that is like you can do tactics on it as well, but it has your current team, but it allows any player from your shortlist to be dragged into that squad. But it has like your transfer budget and wage budgets, and then it uses like the estimated values of both the predicted wages and the predicted transfer fees of those players, so that you can slide a few players in from your shortlist to see how your team would look and the cost value of that, but also... And then it takes all that stuff into account with the predictions. Then, if a player is looking too expensive for it, you'll be able to see it because it'll be highlighted in red or something. You could click on that player and then set up a scout report from there, or have it find players that are like that, but cheaper, either cheaper wages or cheaper estimated wages and cheaper transfer fee values from there. That'd be a really cool way of the planner working. I don't think that's what's going to be the case, but that's how I'd like to see something like that implemented. What should be just Notepad, point 2. Nib host flick, thank you for the follow. I reckon it would just be a Notepad. Just move the notes screen to a different option. Ball tells your star striker from underneath you because the supporters have lost confidence in him after a one-bad game. Yeah. Yeah. That's how I'd... Like, when I hear something like that, I'm like, okay, what would I like to make that work? Make that worthy of an introduction, and that's what I'd like to see from it, potentially. But honestly, I still don't think I'd use it, even if it was like that. I just don't see what that would add that I'm not already doing. I honestly just still don't think I'd use it, even if it did the things I wanted it to do. I just don't see what advantage it would have over the way I'm already playing the game. If it allows me the future arrivals in my squad, then I'm content. But I'm not sure what do we need to see about that. We know the players are coming in if you've already signed them. So what information is it going to be able to provide that you didn't already have? Dynamic tactics. Your captain can change attack. I want to see player manager, damn it. I want my assistant to be able to take over in the middle of the game, but also be my star striker. That's what I'm truly looking for out of this experience. That. Plan squad depth when I'm making large-scale squad overhauls. You could already do that. You could already go into your squad depth thing here and have it show players who are joining the club in the future. So, for example, Jose Roberto is not joining us till the end of the season. If that feature pretty much already exists, is my point. So this is what I mean. So, like, that is already a feature that you can do. I always find it weird that this one is, like, horizontal rather than vertical, but yeah. In fact, not only can you do that, you can even hide players that are leaving. So if you've got a player that's not going to be here at the end of the season because they're leaving to another club or contract expiring, you can hide that too. You can also change things like other variables in here too. There's a lot of features that you can actually do in here in terms of potential as well. You can change the sorting rules because that should just be all 5 stars. There's actually quite a lot of stuff you can do with that. Player manager would be the first new... that's true. Watch that actually be the feature now. There's just that moved to a different screen. Hey, Graham. Read a new book for free. I haven't noticed it, no. I don't read many of the blogs, unfortunately. The only blog I would probably read would be Strikerless. I like Strikerless. Holding you down to scroll. That's a good point, actually. I suppose if it was horizontal, if it was vertical, it would take up less space, but it would also allow a lot of like random dead space on the screen, wouldn't it? So it makes sense. It's just weird seeing it like that when you're so used to it being vertical tactics. Only the Muffin Man can rate in it. 50% to know about. Oh, there's a lot of that. For sure. Yeah, to promise him to be... You get to be the director of football if you join me. I want to give him the Mbappe treatment. Shit, Sal should not have started that game. I'm still excited to see. One thing I would also say, though, right? These were things that were teased in a teaser for... This was a teaser... Yeah, it's Guido, yeah. Nice chap. Met him. 7-1, that's more like it. Oh, one of our former players in there, too. These are the things that are being teased, which means that this is clearly, presumably, where things are heading in terms of this is what's supposed to be promoted the most. That concerns me a bit, if you see what I mean. Because I feel like if there was something massive in there, that surely would have been in there as like a little tease towards it. So, but we'll see. Yeah, 9 goals. We're still on... It's actually going to be our best defensive season ever, as it goes. I will still give them the benefit of the doubt, you know. I always, like, I should always preface this by saying, like, I know the devs want this game to be as awesome as it is and can be. It's just not always within their power to make those changes that they may potentially want to make, you know? But it would be cool if... I don't want to see any bugs from last year's game in 23. Because if they are, then I'm like, what exactly are we doing here? Things like the staff... The biggest one for me that I'm going to be testing is unemployed staff wage demands. That was in last year's game. It's in this year's game. And if it's in next year's game, then what are we actually doing here? That's the biggest one example. Swedish team selection. Yeah. How is that still a thing? I find it weird that I didn't see any of that when I managed in Sweden the first time around. Unless it's just because it's further into the save, right? But also, let's not forget that one of the minor improvements was the dynamic youth rating. And look how that turned out, right? It's a feature in it. Oh, we listened to one random post we found on the forum that we definitely didn't make ourselves. I hate it when every time any company goes, you asked, we listened, and then proceed to list off a load of things no one ever asked for. It's like creating the false idea of what's the word I'm looking for here? No, it's gone. Eight seasons after, right? So, every Apple company. Yeah, it's not just Apple. A lot of these companies do it. It's that kind of weird linguistic, like, it's like, yeah, exactly, manufacturer consent, precisely. Yeah, you start off with just get Noam Chomsky in it. He's gonna break it all down for you. Can't increase transfer revenue. I didn't know there was a bug. I haven't seen that one yet. Although, admittedly, when we're sat on 170 million in transfer budget, it's not really come up. Admittedly. Yeah, it does seem that Swedish clubs, it's because, the reason I think it is because it's not a registration rule thing, it's a matchday rule, and the clubs therefore will continue to sign players like they don't have any rules, and then when the matchday comes around, it's like, oh, we'll just slot them in, and then they can't. That's the reason, I think, is because it's not actually a squad reg rule. Let's do rotation. The old Bibi Bello combination. Bit of a Lasco at right. In fact, let's put Jizzy in for this one. He deserves it. Where the hell is Jizzy? Jizzy? There he is. Resizing of columns, yep, stuff like that. There are certain screens that still don't work with that, right? I know you all hate the headphone, right? I still have a phone with a headphone jack. I specifically bought this phone because it had a headphone jack. Do not regret this one bit. Brilliant phone. Would highly recommend. For those of you who are interested, it's a Poco Phone F1. 200 quid that was. Brilliant. Love it. It is missing a few things. Like, it doesn't have NFC and stuff like that, but, like, great phone. I pay £12 a month. Not pay as you go. SIM only. Jizzy's potential. I believe it's dropped to, like... Oh, no, it's back to 5 stars. Sick. The Jizz Monster's actually improving. In fact, we were going to look at his improvements graph, weren't we? See if we've actually seen any notable improvements. I don't think there's been... Okay, his composure's gone up by 2, actually. Nomad Tactic is available to download. Yes, in fact, if you do ! Tactic in chat, you'll find the older version of it, and the only difference now is that the AM is now a DM on Roaming Playmaker. How well? Because we've been playing this save since November. That's the reason. So Jizzy's actually doing okay. Bibi Bello, geez, probably, yeah. Get headphones for the charger slot. But the point is you shouldn't have to. You know? Just provide choice, right? Pessie's digital ratio. Everything you post in the social media feed is just L plus ratio. He literally, yeah. He could lead a cow to water, though. Or something. I don't know. Right. This is another sim game, isn't it? Yeah. See if Jizzy finally scores a goal. Wireless. Oh, I have wireless headphones. This is the hilarious thing about it. I have wireless headphones, which I use all the time. But I resented the idea of being forced to have them. When I'm sat here, like, this is the thing. While I'm doing Nomads, in between every point where I'm talking, I just put my headphone back in. And I just sit here listening to podcasts while I'm doing it. And then I just take my headphone out, say some stuff to the camera, put the headphone back in again. Jizzy scored a goal! And it wasn't a pen. Or nothing. His third of the season. Wow, he's underperforming, isn't he? Hello, Pogs. You're looking awfully damp. We lost. Your hairbrush? No, it's not up my bum. It's on the floor down here. That's some sexy chat. That's what I do. I'm a smooth talker. Hello, Pogs. Oh, yeah, and of course they're not. But that's fine. You know, I'm... I don't know what we're doing here. Look at them, buddy. I know, thank you. I've been really working out lately. Hey, look, it's Abs from Steps. And she walks away just as like... She's got all self-conscious now. Get your hand out of the way. Go. Oh, dear. Right, yeah, so he's still worth a lot of money. I think we'll take Jizzy to join Chelsea. I reckon less than 5. I wouldn't be surprised if he's gone almost immediately. I'm going to make sure that I like offer him a new contract before we leave or something, but you know how these things go. Right. Pro rata. Oh, do we win a cup there? Wait, new record attendance. Oh. Every year it goes up slightly. Or still won't let us have a new stadium, though. Because screw us, I guess. Yes, Pog? I don't know where it's gone, love. I don't really use a hairbrush very often on account of having, well, short hair. I don't know. No, this definitely isn't the final season half because we're going through things faster now. So we're doing all 6 Champions League group stage games today. So that's going to literally save us an entire stream's worth of content. And I'm actually honestly tempted to come back on Tuesday with the knockout phases and just like forego a transfer window stream because there's just less viable players from what we're doing at the moment. And I think it makes more sense to just prioritize progression at this point. So we might even get a few more in, to be fair. Have I missed my save reveal? I'm going to do a full video about it next month. But, so, Twitch, beta, Dundee United, full save, Building a Nation, MTK Budapest, YouTube, no beta save because I'm going to do other stuff, and then full save, Newcastle Blue Star. And then lots of other videos. Lots and lots of other videos that aren't, like, Let's Play related. Ruskin, thank you so much for the tier 2 at 17 months. That's mad, my friend. So, thank you very much for that. How the devil are you, friend? I reckon we could get through maybe 2 or 3 more seasons, actually. The recaps will be a lot shorter, obviously. Because of their success in the save, basically, yeah. And that way chat can finally have bullied me into doing Scotland. Documentary style, yes. Think like Parks and Rec, hopefully. Provided I can figure out a way to animate them quickly enough. And obviously find voice actors and stuff. But I'll do a lot of it myself, but I can get other people to help me too, which would be fun. 10 players for international duty. I was kind of hoping our new Namibian goalkeeper friend would get a call up soon. Right, okay, we're back. Champions League. Good. We're doing it. We're going to get this done, I promise. Luckily, it kind of calms down a bit now anyway. Right. Christensen. In for Valor. No, not for Valor. I want... Who do I want? Manea in there as well. Niak, shoot Ramos. Boggy. Good. Okay. The injuries have seemingly stopped affecting us so badly. Oh, yeah. We've got the under-19 squad on again, don't I? There we go. It's a bit better. I'm surprised how good Yahi's actually been. He's been genuinely solid. And he was cheap. Ah, screw it. Get Jizzy on the bench, right? There we go. Right, Champions League is back. Which means other Irish sides get to disappoint us yet again. Octavio Solis is playing against us. He must have played in the first game, right? Just didn't notice him. I'm glad we sold him when we did. He earned us a lot of money. And that's what we needed. Our best player. I can't actually show you right now because we're in the middle of a... Yeah. I wish those were clickable. That'd be kind of good. Can I click it from here? Nah, shit. Get stabbed. Suddenly all my players have become really good and I just don't know why. Like, if we're talking unironically best player, without doing the joke that we always do when someone asks best player, it's probably still either Turbo Civic, or it's Neslo. If we're not doing the meme, Neslo's also pretty good. Those mentals are insane. You could say they're mental. Oh, 70 million now. Saki's also pretty good, but he's a bit younger, so he's not quite got the development curve just yet. Bogdanov's pretty solid too, actually. Nikolai! Oh, sorry, Nikolai. Thank you for the 100 bits.
What do you make of this wonderkid? IBM thinking about utsaying Musiala to make hima starter from now on. Bogged for 1,4 million Asvel. Musiala bogged for 111 million. Getting sold soon for 63 million pons lull.
He is a bit insane. That development curve as well. Weird that the determination's dropped, but I find that often. And either foot. Resolute personality. He's basically destined for success with the resolute personality. Solid determination. Well, not solid. Very high determination. What's his passing like? Yeah. And that kind of mental capacity at that age as well is just going to be great. They're low league England. Yeah, they're technically 11th tier, but I'm going to put them in the 10th tier because otherwise we won't get a database. Oh, and Niakshu's also a bit special, isn't he? Just the whole defense, really. What a guy. I'm glad that Niakshu's got his legacy of having played, and Valev's a bit okay as well. Do you know what? They're all kind of quite good. I mean, the man's won 3 Ballon d'Ors. Here I am doing him dirty when the man has won 3 Ballon d'Ors by the age of 26. And continues to... he will be the top scorer in treaty history by the time this save finishes. Almost guarantee it. He's not that far off of Emmett now. I think he's about 50 goals away. Exactly. He's only just coming into his prime of his career, which is mad. Right. Okay. Europa League there. What do we got? Bows host Monaco. That's big. Sligo are away from home at Maribor. They need to win that, really. Ruskin with the gifted sub to Casey. Thank you very much, Ruskin. It's very kind of you. Musiala, I guess I'd say so. Sorry, I must have missed that part. I don't know, because I don't know what year of the save you're in as well. Ruskin now with the gifted sub to Hang on. Suntiver Kahu. Thank you so much. That's super nice. Lukic has fallen behind. I think it's mostly based on form, though. Gonna hire this guy for Blue Star. Oh, God. What is this? Yes, definitely. I can't show it because copyright, but yes, definitely. We'll get him in. I'll hire a really bad Geordie voice actor. Could be the chairman. And Irish sides are good. Well, to be fair, we are in season 29, so we've had a while to get good. Just slowly but surely. Signing young, selling for lots of money, reinvesting, and eventually you end up with some players that are quite decent and you want to kind of keep around, really. And that's how we've ended up with this squad. A lot of these guys have been in this team for a long time. Bows find the equaliser. Good stuff. There's so many things to concentrate on. But Dundalk are losing to PSG, irritatingly. But they're now equalising against PSG, less irritatingly. Right. I think all the Irish sides are down here, aren't they? But where are they? So there's none up there. Derry and Ajax are there. Okay, so if I go to there, we should be okay. Sligo winning. Oh, wait. Yes, nice. Excellent. I think building one club up to where we are in 30 years is pretty straightforward, I'd say. It's the other Irish sides coming with us that I think has been the challenge. I think if we weren't focusing on other Irish sides as well, then I could have done this in 20 years easy. But it's the... Because think about all those players, people like Rigel and Scholl and all those other ridiculous players, and Popsicle as well, that have gone to other Irish sides that I would have easily put in our team, but I've only kept them out there because they do so well on loan. Yeah, I know. The fact that Treaty have got to the semi-final is astonishingly good, as now we lose, damn it. Luckily, Inter have already lost to Marseille, but we could do with not having that happen. Since we need all the coefficient we can get this season. I don't really want to have to rely on the others for it. Shamrock... Right, Shamrock must... That is a must-win for Shamrock Rovers. It is imperative that they win that match. Hello, Pogs. We're going to what watch? Really? Okay. Well, hopefully... Apparently it's really good. Fair one. I hear he used to customize skin. Valev digs the keeper. Bam. What? What? Yeah? Oh. That's a great finish. You lost the final against Real Madrid. That sucks. But there's always next year. Oh, dear. Oh, shit. Not another one. Oh, God. That's a cluster. Right, we got away with it. Thank God. Because at the end was a great finish. You got to. Every secret handshake should finish with a kiss, chat, right? You got to kiss the homies on the mouth. Oh, come on. They got Mark Ventura, pet detective, up front. That's always next to the other. You know, you need a secret handshake with your SO, right? I think we're a bit unfortunate to be behind here, but that's FM for you, isn't it? It's 2-1 to Sligo now. I might just open us up a little bit. What's going on elsewhere? Dundalk. Oh shit, Demiri's hurt himself. Sag times. It's been quite an even game, really. They could have gone either way. Christensen's been absolute gash, though. So that might be a substitute for the second half. Don't know who, but one of them. And Derry City just love a draw, don't they? They're Tom Brady's dad, exactly. Or our scout Tom Brady. One of those. Your choice, dealer's choice. I suppose we won the home game. As long as we get the head-to-head advantage. Actually, we wouldn't, would we? Because it was 3-2, wasn't it? Shit. We could really... Although they lost the game, didn't they? Well, that's 3-1. Okay. This was sent to test us. It's fine. We've come back from worse in less time. But first up, Christensen is having a terrible time of it, and I think Bilbia isn't going to be much better, honestly, but it'll do. And Manea struggled too, and maybe Sao even. And honestly, I might try that Niakshu thing again. Not Niakshu, the Radojic trick. Where we open ourselves up completely. And then wow, Dundee United winning away at Juventus is pretty sick. For them, anyway. Bo's losing. Just they're absolute disappointment merchants. Let's get Sligo. What are they up to? Still 2-1. Okay, that's good, at least. Shamrock still doing okay. Dundalk 2-1 now at PSG. Oh, Maribor have equalised against Sligo, for fuck's sake. Not like this. That's like the winnable match in their... The really winnable match in their group is that one. They can't fuck this up. Well, they can. Eminently. Right, come on. Big header for Valev or something. Just back post. Little knockdown header. Good to go. 30 minutes to go. We grab a 3-all draw. Sal? Oh, he's going to... Yeah, he's going to shoot on... He's going to shoot. Why did he shoot there? Just... I hate that. Just square the ball. That game is so key. We're going to get... We're getting mugged off here royally. Yep, that was an absolute muggery. Just a 3-1 defeat there. That's very annoying. Because now they've got the head-to-head on us. Shouldn't be too much of an issue because they did lose another game, but that is not what we needed there at all. I just hate players getting to the byline like that and not squaring it for the two players that are stood in completely open spots. Particularly when that's not even really his style of play. Right. Yes! Shamrock just loves stoppage time. The only time stuff happens for Shamrock Rovers is in stoppage time. They've already conceded 2 goals in stoppage time that's cost them points, and this time around, they've come up with the winner against Zenit, and that should be enough for Shamrock to qualify in third, which is sick. Dundalk sadly couldn't hang on for the win, but at least Gladbach lost again. What about Derry City? Did they at least get another... Oh! Thank fuck, because Dortmund won. Derry City just beat Ajax. That's their second win of the group. That's remarkable. That makes them dangerously close to qualify. Although with Dortmund winning as well, that actually puts Ajax in the mud. Okay, this is getting interesting now. Group stage. Dundalk sit... Basically, Dundalk have... They're going to get third. They'd have to lose... They'd have to... Gladbach have to win their next 2 matches, which isn't going to happen. Shamrock Rovers look pretty good for third spot as well, which is great news. Derry City are currently sitting second, but are also looking very good for third spot. I think there's a really strong chance that Derry City end up coming third in that group as well. Lovely stuff. So we could have all 3 of them going third. That'd be delightful. I'd honestly much rather that happen this year than them getting to the knockouts of the Champions League again. Because I don't think they gain much out of that, other than obviously the success of Sligo last year. Right, what about the conference, Europa League? Right, Bows are doing shit again, but they're not that shit to the point where they can still get out of that group. But losing again at home is not ideal. What about Sligo? That group is dangerously close. They could still come bottom of this group. I don't think they will. I think they're generally speaking going to be strong enough, but it's still very... Although, imagine if they went into the Conference League. Sligo in the Conference League could clean up. Like, they were in the Champions League semis last year. If they somehow found themselves in the Conference League knockouts, I think they could go all the way. But if they're going to do it, I'd like them to do it with, like, as many points as possible. Just got a new sponsorship. 1.9k a year. What are you going to spend the money on, Ice Warrior? At the same time, because you can set in the preferences Wednesday, Saturday, and originally it got switched to that when I was doing database testing for Showdown, because you have to have it Wednesday, Saturday, and that actually affects all your other saves as well. And now we just leave it because it means that we can have all the games on at the same time, and it's just more fun this way. That's the reason. It just makes it more fun. So that's why we keep it like that. Right, coefficients. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's clubs. Well, good to see we're still top of that, but... 6 point... Scotland have got... How have they got 9 points? Also, Turkey, big up. How the fuck have Turkey done that? So we've actually gone below Scotland again because of that. Despite us doing well, it's just... Yeah, it's that's the problem with the 7 teams, sadly. It's the fact that Scotland are losing a bad year. We're losing a good year. This would actually slip us to 7th. Despite what looks to me like we're actually having a good time of it so far. Typical, isn't it? Right. Home stretch. We've got one more league game, which is against Longford. Ooh, would this be allowed? Ah, they are back in the relegation places again, technically. They'll be fine. Who are they going to be up against? So Drogheda are back up again, of course. Still time to watch any finals and full match. I don't... Maybe not for us. I think if another Irish side got to one, we'd probably still do it, just because of the... It'd be nice to do that, but we'll have to see, really. It's one of those things where it's like across that bridge when we come to it type of situation. I think now that we've seen 2 of our Champions League finals... Oh, this is much more like it. Look at this! That's a really big... 32 players are still at 5 stars in this. This is lovely. Yeah, they floated this... Oh, dear. Although, actually, if we lose a bit... Given that... I still think we've got a 20-point season in this as a nation. And that excites me. We've won 2 of the last 4. And we've also been to the semis in every single one of the last 4. So in the 2 that we didn't get to in between, we should have been in the finals of those as well. Treaty have been like a consistent European contender and success. I think that's a longer streak than we ever had even with Tromsø in terms of like consistency. Even if we failed. Yeah, that'll do. But yeah, we're sort of in the interest of expediting things as much as possible. So, given that... What we might do with transfers as well is that we'll just sign players when we see them. So if we see a really good player, instead of like, oh, it's not instead of scouting them too much, we'll just pick them up. We'll have to see. Because there's quite a lot of players in that list there, though. A surprising, it was like 32 guys. So that will now officially mud Longford, sadly. But, wow, 6 goals from Cork City. Bows of 77 goals they've conceded. How many leagues? We've got 4 different leagues on. So Scotland, Wales, Ireland, and Northern Ireland. That's what we've got on. But then all the players as well. From like, we've got 80,000 players switched on. That's cool. Another £1 million there. Wow, a million whole quid. Okay, so they're going for the every week one, which is actually probably better for us. Oh, it's right there. Yeah, we're going to have loads of... Because Head in the Game Park apparently has no drainage. Chelsea have a new manager. Wow. He must have finally stepped aside. It's Tyrese Campbell. The new manager of Chelsea is Tyrese Campbell. Things you didn't expect to see today. I love that he... Look at this. Hang on. What the fuck? He was at Real Sociedad in this save, by the way. He spent 4 years at Real Sociedad. I love that. I mean, he's a bit special. Did really well with Dundee. And Hibs, to be fair. So I can't really fault them on that. So fair play. Cool to see Tyrese Campbell managing them, honestly. You get that bag. Happy for him. Oh, Mesa for the playoff. Curious to see. Previous manager, it was Julian Stefan. He has won basically everything possible with Chelsea. I assume he must have retired. There's no way they'd have replaced him otherwise, unless they've done really poorly in Europe. Oh, he went to Real Madrid. Yeah, he was at Chelsea for 12 years. I believe he's actually the most successful manager in history now. Yeah. He's won 4 Champions Leagues with Chelsea. 8 Premier Leagues in 12 years. 8 FA Cups. A Club World Cup. 2 Super Cups. 9 Carabao Cups. 8 FA Cups. And, I mean, yeah. He's just dominant. That's insane. Shrewsbury alone. Yeah. I was trying to figure that out. It's weird because the way that FM, like, structures that screen. That's what I was trying to work out. In my head, I thought he went from Shrewsbury to... Yeah. Right, that's a load more players missing. Great. Because it's that international break again, isn't it? Any strikers in here at all? Yeah, Rodriguez is a striker. He'll do. This is that weird bit. Yeah, that is some serious domination. And he's top of the Hall. Remember, Julian Stefan was the manager of Strasbourg back in the day in this save. I think in real life, actually. When we had a big argument with them when they were our affiliate club. And he would constantly complain about us not playing the players when he would loan them to us. So he's one of the few people in the game that I have like a negative interaction with, if you like. What's it called? Relationships. Where is it? There you go. See, look. Adversary. There's only a few of them. Vincent Kompany as well. And then a couple of former players, including... Oh, Jovetic is no longer pissed at me, it would seem. Why am I only acquaintance with Stefan Karpenu? And who the hell are you? Oh, the Cove Ramblers, man. Why is he a distant? Okay. Yeah, I've got 2 rivals, though. Just players I've wronged in the past, apparently. Push your under-19 managers. That's kind of sick. I find that managers in this save very rarely ever change because... It's just as well. Because if they leave at the wrong time, we lose all the loan players. Has that happened to you? Because that seems to be what's caused the issues with players being sent back from their loans. It's because they've left at the end of the season and there's no manager there to actually take the loans in. Right, I'll schedule that there. Oh, hang on. Testimonial. Yes, please. Shannon, get ready, love. Octavian Menea's getting a testimonial. Any players on this list at all for us? Trubovic, 13th on the list. Notice Ballon d'Or winner. Oddly missing. Neslo in there. Oh, there he is. The Ballon d'Or winner. 28th best player in the world, apparently. 3 out of the last 4 Ballon d'Ors have been won by him, but sure. Any more? No, don't be silly. Yeah, we definitely deserve to only have 3 players in this. Having won the Champions League last year and the Ballon d'Or. They really do just favour, like, certain teams for this, don't they? Who's number 30? Fucking Barto. Take your sombrero and piss off. I know they're in the news article. I just like to look... I like to do this... I like the pageantry of it, half. The slow reveal, you know? Like I'm undressing the list. Pulling the list's pants down slowly. The royal family of FN. Wait, is Yahi now getting loads of caps for Algeria? Good lord. Hang on. Bello scored for his country. Isn't he Argentinian? Came in at an odd time. Nah, mate. Jinx, perfect time. To 10 days of it. Wow, that was his... Wow, okay, fair enough. He's going to get a huge wage hike as well then, isn't he? Actually, Bello is quite good, to be fair to him. No way! Pog got her first cap for Bulgaria. That's insane. She's only 17. Fair play. Oh, wow. That's a huge wage hike. Are we all right on... Yeah, we'll be fine. If needs be, I can move some of our £174 million into it. I think we'll be all right. I wonder who's going to come back from Manea's testimonial. It'd be cool if retired players could come in. That would be sick. So, like, if Dogar Shernak could come back. Well, not come back. Come out of retirement and play in a testimonial. There you go. Another cool little feature. Retired players could come out of retirement for testimonials. Up to a certain point. Pie should be dropped by 80. You need to be careful in the kitchen, lads. There's actually some real bangers in this group, I think. Like, legit proper bangers. Which is exciting. Sander Cooper. Dominic Bolk. Oh, I can actually discard them. Insane. Hughes Crew. I think he's still knocking about. Not Hughes Recruit. There he is. Billy Hughes Creamer. That's a different person. There's another Hughes Creamer. Seems like our Hughes Creamer has gone to the wind. FFP hole is absolutely tiny. It's a really, like, we've tightened ourselves up FFP-wise. We're actually projected 147 million. Big Fish Smoker. Thank you very much for the follow. To the Galvin realm, indeed. I think Pog does have really high PA, yeah. It's got to the cream. Yeah, it's got to the great cream farm in the sky. Yeah. FFP's fine because we've got, what, how much in the bank? 207 million. Although that does mean we've lost like just 25 million during today's stream. We may well do that, Rakini, yeah. Although, seeing what I'm seeing in those scout reports makes me wonder if we shouldn't. I don't know. Looking for a striker and a centre-back. I have no idea, Snake Time, because I don't know, like, what year you're in, save-wise. Plus, in terms of real-life players, I know fucking nothing about them, unfortunately. Most of the saves I manage, I don't get a chance to use them. And I say chance. I don't want to most of the time. I have no idea who's good and who's not. The turbo money got paid off, plus I sold some players for, like, £80 million. So I sold Dimitrov to Inter for 35 million with a 50% of next sale fee clause, and I sold Velasco, I think it was Velasco, no, Navarro, to Galatasaray for 18 million quid. So I just made a bit of extra cash. It might go a bit bad next year as well because we've got some new transfers coming in. Right, okay, who's going back for the testimonial? Spack, Macaulay Corbett, Ahmed Achman. You get out of here with that shit. You're not allowed anywhere near this club. How dare you? Youth tournaments to scout the unannounced month of the tournament taking place. I hope that makes sense. I believe it's for the tournament actually takes place. I don't do that as a form of scouting, so I wouldn't really be able to tell you. I've never once done that type of scouting. I use a very different method to that. But I think you'd probably want to do it. To be honest, as long as you're scouting the tournament, yeah, you probably should actually. Yeah, just pick like right before it starts. Just start the scouting report, and then have, as long as the timescale for the report is like ongoing, I guess maybe. But yeah, I don't do scouting like that, so I wouldn't expect you to find many players from it, let's put it that way. You maybe find one or two. Watching the Sideman charity match. Do you know what? I actually saw that earlier and I thought, you know what? I might give that a watch. So honestly, the answer might be yes. And I know what you're thinking, U-shaped sofa. What? But yeah, he's exploring his options. Do you fancy going back, Admiral? Oh, we can't talk to him about that yet. Yeah, this man was only here for a season and a half, I think. And kicked up such a shitstorm that we had to sell him. But yeah, he gets to come back for a testimonial. Shame. Shame on all of you. To be fair, I think he was our first big sale, wasn't he? Other than Juliet. And that wasn't really a sale. That was more of a hostile takeover, let's be honest. That being said, he'll probably bang like a hat-trick in this. Celebrity football matches. Yeah, I heard about that. Is it like on YouTube or something? Refuse players from showing up. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Jibril Dia. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how much Dia cost. Was it 21 million, I think? Oh, great. Oh, no. Firstly, two things. Two things, chat. Thing number one. I've just scheduled Octavian Manea's testimonial while he was on international duty and would have been unable to compete in his own testimonial. Thing number two. Octavian Manea has just sprained his knee ligaments playing for an international and would have been ineligible anyway. Good. Great. I know, Threes is technically still here at the moment. So that's gone well. On their YouTube channel, sick. I'll probably watch it after stream. Not like there's anything else on right now. It's Christmas songs, perfect timing. Jesus. Wait, Vukovic got a cap for Serbia now while on loan at Derry City. Fair one. Can you reschedule it? Yes. Your next question is going to be, am I going to reschedule it? You've got your answer. That's two more of those. Also, we've just done it, apparently. He did it. He did a Tim Breach. Yeah, maybe they were really friends. I don't know. What was the result in the match, by the way? 10-0. Did any of our... None of them even played, I don't think. I think I'd already gone past the date as it happens. I think he actually got injured after the testimonial happened, now that I look about it. Because there's the testimonial, and then 2 minutes later he got injured. Who came back? We had Stanislav Spak. Actually, just have a look at the lineups. So you actually played in the game. So Macaulay Corbett came back. And where the hell are the rest of them? Ackman was on the bench. Did he even get on the pitch? Hang on. I swear more guys came... Oh, the Spak was in there too. It felt like it was more than that. But apparently not. Right, we've got Marseille in 5 days. Which is great because we're going to be missing Octavio Minaya now. Oh, here we go. It's the playoffs. Come on, Longford. Do your thing. Don't you do this to me, Longford. No. Not like this. It would be cool if you could, like, invite players back for it. Like, it'd give you a big list of 4 players and you could invite them. And some of them would say yes, some of them would say no. But that'd be kind of sick. Yeah, Ivo Pereira in goal is kind of cool. Oh, that's that guy I bought off Leicester for loads of money and then sold to Wimbledon a year later. Booty refused that with the... Booty did the right thing. Praise the Booty. He stood by his man. I'm seeing these players a lot now in these reports. Which have we actually gone through 1,100 players from our scouting reports in a single stream? Pretty much. That's the... there's a few more guys... just a couple of guys that haven't had their initial reports yet. But that's pretty impressive to do that. I guess that's what happens when you've got... How many scouts now? We have a spare scout slot. I'll sort that out later. Missed something important. So we are top of our Champions League group. All of the other Irish sides are looking good for, at the very least, to qualify out their groups in third, which is going to be sick. Sligo are doing quite well in their Europa League group. Bows less so. The Ballon d'Or. Surely he... Wait, is Valev not even in contention for it? Valev has more goals in less mid. All right. Yeah, let's see if we can get thighs again. Can't hurt one more go at this. Right, what are we saying? I already tried director of football. I could do technical director. Or did we already do that? No, we didn't, did we? God's sake. Please, just pick a role, thighs. I beg of you. Any knowledge in here about what you want to do? He literally retires so soon. I just wish he would pick something. Put an arm around it. Okay, yeah. If we hug him really close, bring him tight and in, maybe that will help. Give him a good cuddle. We can convince him to not be a silly bum. Maybe. I don't know when the next chance we're going to... Isn't it like on a monthly basis? I think we might have one more shot at it before he just retires. Watch him just retire from football and just become a staff member anyway out of nothing, and we just pick him up straight away. But I'm worried that if he doesn't, then he'll just retire officially. Put your thighs around him, just like around his waist, and he can carry me about. He's strong, but he's not that strong. We need to kiss the Fries. Ooh, that's tough. Shamrock away at Bayern. As long as Milan don't lose to Zenit, that's all good. Derry away at Dortmund is crucial. Honestly, I kind of hope Dortmund win that as long as Ajax lose. If Dortmund win and Ajax lose, actually it's probably better for us. Oh, God, that's got a lot of deciders too. He's moving to Hungary. He's getting ready for his next job. Oh, thank God. I thought that was our first team squad for a second there. All right, Christie. It might actually have to be Sal in the midfield today. Who am I kidding? It's Thias Fries. Of course it is. Sal will be on the bench, though. Who are we missing? Oh, Manea, of course. Oh, he'll already have keep history after retirement, right? Yeah. Any player that's been with you for any kind of basic length of time will already have that set by default. New loan rules. If it isn't, we'll just change the rules. Like, we will just turn those off because fuck that noise, right? But first, we're going to just see what those rules will actually mean and how draconian they actually are going to be. Like, the specifics of them, which is quite key. Yeah, there's so much they could do with testimonials, genuinely. Things that would be nice little features that would just be little touches. It would also be cool if every trophy celebration wasn't identical, so winning the non-league cup had the same level of energy as winning the Champions League. Just little stuff like that would be really cool changes. Because those animations have not changed in years. So Freezy's going to go on ahead, set things up for us in Hungary, get him and Emmett an apartment, and start, you know, doing a bit of house hunting, enjoying the scenery, doing a bit of scouting for MTK. I don't blame him. Oh, we need to turn the other... Oh, Valve over the bar. Damn it. Right, let me turn the other leagues on. Other leagues. Europa League. Let me tickle the Europa League for a minute. There we go. We should be fine. As long as we win out from here, nothing Inter does matters. As Dundalk are beating Barcelona. Because Dundalk are just Dundalk. Usually we play a decent... Usually during the Champions League group stage streams, Shine, we mostly do play them. But now that we're coming to the end of the cycle, we want to just get through as many seasons as possible. So now I am just simming the off-camera... anything that isn't Champions League, basically. We're simming those just to get through more progress. Oh, that's a pen. When you set things up there. That's another feature I would like. If I set... Imagine that, right? Menu configurations that you can have presets for. So if I have preset windows here, I can have it so that it shows those ones in certain menus, or I can have like loadable presets. Will they want their sitcom? Oh god, yeah. Think of what we can do with all that. You can't get a testimonial in the 5 years it's playable. I hadn't thought about that. You're right. Yeah. Yeah. Different tournament presets. Yeah. That'd be good. Just little personalizable things that you can do to make things a little bit easier. It's 3-0. Dundalk are 3-0 up. Holiday League. The reason I don't holiday is because if you holiday, other stuff that is perhaps quite unfortunate can happen, and you don't get to do scouting and stuff like that. So I insta-result the games. It has the same effect as holiday, but you get a bit more control. Dundalk are 3-0 up against Barcelona inside the first... Fucking Jesus. 20 times in a row. Oh yeah, we've won it 25 times in a row or something, but like... It's not to do with, like... Well, I don't mean that you're going to lose the league. I just mean that you have less control over what your team's doing. So your players could get really tired for European games, or you don't get a chance to do any proper scouting, etc., etc. Going to hell. Oh, no, Mr. Progger. Dundalk are 3-0 up against Barcelona. Just normal people things. Obradovic has banged a hat-trick in 20 minutes. Dundalk are not done with Europe, apparently. This is the thing. I reckon if I sat down with a bunch of other creators, like actually in person probably, just because it'd be easier, and brainstorm for just an afternoon with some beer or something, or order some pizza with them, we could come up with probably a list of about 50 just little QOL things that could just make the life a little bit easier. Things that I feel like should be easily implementable, that aren't big headline features, but would make this game so much better for everybody. I wouldn't even be surprised of the amount of things that could come out of that. Reset your display to ignore league positions. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Your board can do weird stuff if you're on holiday. I know you can set some kind of controls over it, but there's all sorts of things that can go wrong doing that. Just things that make it enjoyable, things that would make it slightly more streamlined. It's little stuff, you know? Because I'm sure everyone has got their own little things that they'd like to see, like those little features, like some of the stuff I come up with occasionally. I'm sure other creators have the same thoughts, but just not the same things, perhaps. Just things in that same kind of genre of thought, if you like. I don't know if that's on side or not. I didn't see his hands. And it's awarded. Okay, 2-0. So we'll understand the dev logic. Yeah, I think... Yeah. I think, honestly, if we were to do that, I suspect that the response would be, hey, look, put it on the request a feature thing on the forum. Because at the end of the day, who are we at the end of the day? And that's how it should be, of course. We shouldn't have any more power than anybody else. But it's not like we're the only ones that would want those things. It's just that we would have a little bit more of a voice in order to be able to put that stuff forward for people that do want those things, you know? How are the other games getting on here? Oh, so that's the Derry City game. Oh, actually, oh, they missed a penalty. It's all gone a bit wrong for Shamrock Rovers, chat. They've just missed a penalty and had 2 red cards in 2 minutes. Dundalk are 4-0 up against Barcelona, by the way. Obradovic has scored again. What the fuck? So Europe's gone a bit Pete Tong today. I assume Bows are losing again, right? Let's just focus on Sligo for a minute. Good lord. Yeah, 2-0 down. Oh, and now Sligo are losing as well. Set piece overhauls. Yeah, I think that will never happen. I think they'd be too exploitable. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I notice things when I play this because of the sheer number of hours I do. And not just like idling as well. It's like concentrated attention for hundreds and hundreds of hours. And you do pick up things that you feel like, okay, this could be improved slightly, streamlined or whatever. Just little tiny things. Because, bear in mind, these are not things that would just purely help me or other creators. It would help everybody because it's little things that you probably might not notice are annoying, but you would think, oh, this is actually kind of good. Yeah, I think Scamrot Rovers might be winning their name back at this rate. I think it's cool that they're bringing people in from the community, like Mike doing QA stuff, Holly being the community manager as well. I think is awesome. But we'll see. You know, maybe there'll be things like capture events again. I don't know. You pick up patterns. Oh, yeah, for sure. What I would say, though, in terms of match engine patterns, it's much, much better than last year. Massively better. There is way less predictable highlights in the game this year than there was last year. The predictable highlights I can think of this year, occasionally you'll get long set piece goals, i.e. second phase stuff, but that's more to do with the way that the set piece defending is a bit broken. The other one for me is the free kick on the edge of the box. That's the only one that I'm like, right, guaranteed goal. There's nothing. For the most part, it's actually much better. Way, way better. But other than that, I actually think it's been a massive step up. The animations look way... The match engine itself just genuinely looks much better this year as well. Was that Fly's Freeze? Did he score a goal? Oh, that's sick. Nice for him to get sent off, to have a send-off with it. And that's a good point, actually. Is that the highlight plates where you get... Where the keeper catches it, and he dumps it over the top, and then your defender will just miss the ball? Because I have noticed that one happens a few times. The random long ball where your defenders either miss the ball entirely or just stand there in front of the back line and don't jump for it, and it just allows it to run in behind. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that one. I do see that sometimes too, actually. Ultra Casual, thank you for the follow. They do need to sort out the thing with the VAR, where you already know if it's going to be a goal or not, because the player's got the hand up or down. That definitely does need to be not in the game. I don't know why that isn't there at all, honestly, but that definitely needs to not be there. Tame header effort. I'm like, yeah, because it's interesting. I haven't noticed that one yet. But I think the glass has just shattered in my brain now. And when I'm recording on Monday, I'm going to be forever seeing that now. Calling it now, chat. Wait for me to reference that on Monday's video. Shamrock Rovers, by the way, despite being down to 9 men, are still drawing away at Bayern. In the box or not, when the referee runs. Really? Usually, whenever it's a question of whether it's in the box or not, I just assume it's not going to be because it never seems to be. Yeah, that's another one. The penalties being given for completely clean tackles in leagues with VAR. And when I say clean tackles, I mean like they're nowhere near the player and they just take the ball cleanly and it's given as a penalty. That happens way too much. You want today? My God. Derry losing. Shh. Oh, no, we weren't too bothered about that, were we? Let's get rid of it. I'm just making changes for the sake of it now. Fuck, I'll give Bella a little run. We did dynamic regen faces. What? So they look angry. Yeah, I do agree with you there. I feel like you should crowdsource it. Use it as you can leverage a community like that, right? You can leverage the collective opinion in a way. And if people are consistently complaining about the same thing or loving the same thing, you can use that information extremely effectively for me. But I guess it's a question of what you want to do with that information, right? Whether you had any intention of listening to it in the first place. Holvoot, that's Johan Holvoot. He was the Dutch guy we got really, really cheap. And then he was on loan at Derry for a few seasons, came back, and now he's actually become an incredibly integral part of this team. Just almost by pure fortune, really. Just in that he never found a loan and was good enough to start games for us. Yeah, Holvoot's Belgian. We got him from a Dutch team, though. Did I say Dutch? I meant, yeah, from a Dutch team. But he is Belgian. Chat. Dundalk are 6-0 up against Barcelona. Dundalk are 6-0 up against Barcelona. What the hell is going on in this game? Dunny's having a lovely time here. Obradovic has got 5 goals. Sligo losing. Shitting hell, Sligo. What about Shamrock? What are they up to? Oh, yeah. Still being appalling. No, obviously, you can't listen to everyone. And again, I think, weirdly, I think the logic is thus. It is, these are the people that play the game the most. They're the hardcore player base. They don't represent the full people that actually play this game. And we don't want to just take the opinions of those people. And I agree with that to a certain extent, but I would also make the point that those hardcore players are the ones putting the most hours into it, and therefore they see the most of this stuff. And so maybe that's actually quite, and would maybe some of those changes that they would potentially request or suggest might make the experience better for those more casual players as well. Well, that was good. More reasonable dialogue. Oh yeah, what the game needs is more dialogue options. They love trotting that one out. This year, we've added an extra 1,000 lines of dialogue that you will ignore because you won't be doing the press conferences in the first place. But yeah, it is quite not very varied. Damn it, they didn't quite hold on. Shamrock nearly held on with 9 men. Oh. Although they're definitely not. I'd argue most of those changes are actually probably would benefit the more casual player. They maybe wouldn't notice it, but they would definitely be beneficiaries of it. So I want the stats for that game. Right, what was the other match? It was Derry City Dortmund. Oh, fucking hell, Derry. Derry are going to qualify for the knockouts of the Champions League at this rate, and I think Dundalk are as well. And if Shamrock weren't such bottle merchants, they could have been... Shamrock could have 5 points more than they do at the moment. Like, they've thrown away points in the latter... Derry City for the Champions League, right? This is insane. Oh, no. Chat, Longford got relegated. Screw you, Longford. I'm done with you now. I'm like Andy from Toy Story. I've had enough of you. I'm going to play with Buzz Lightyear. He pleases me. Yeah. Sugar Daddy, he's very much more of a aspartame absent father, it would seem. Splendor son of a beach. Yeah, that's not good. I guess there was some good news and some bad news at the same time. So Champions League. Bear in mind, Dundalk's last game, by the way, in case you're wondering, if I recall, yeah, is at home against Borussia Mönchengladbach. Oh, here we go.
And when we moved, I don't think it came with us on the move. I don't know where his... When we moved, I don't think it came with us on the move. I don't know where his...
That was given as a penalty.
What? He's given a foul for that.
Wait, wasn't he the other player?
Are we getting another penalty for this? He's checking it. Dodo just... I think it's outside. I mean, it is outside, but it's never a foul. Or
your player was the one that slid in for the tackle. That is insane.
I think it's going to be a free kick. He's run to the box, though, so according to Ollie's theory, that's going to be a penalty. We've been given a...
That is insane. I didn't know anything about the referee running to the box. The very fact that that was given... That's the wrong button. What the f*** was that? Ironically, the wrong button actually turned out to be the right button. But fair enough. You know what? Like, I sort of mission failed successfully on that one, friends. That's insane. The fact I've never seen a penalty given for that before, let alone the fact that it didn't even look like it was in the box anyway. So yeah, I think Dundalk are going to qualify. And Shamrock Rovers are now going to get third. God, they could have actually had a chance there. Bowen West, thank you for the follow.
Oh yes, very soon.
Oh no, Derry City have...
it now.
Not only have Derry City could still... Oh, I can't believe this. Derry City have just already qualified after 5 games in a group with Liverpool, Dortmund and Ajax in it. They're the Sligo of this year. I guess that's good. Mental. Have we won our group now? Officially. Yes, we have. Wow, Inter are really shit, aren't they? Oh, dear. Well, Dundalk are probably going to qualify too, because they're at home against Borussia Mönchengladbach. So, they're probably going to qualify. This is where we need Sligo. Speaking of Sligo, absolute bottle merchants. Bows aren't going to do anything, are they? They're going to get fully knocked out in the Europa League. Useless pricks. Sligo... Oh, God, who's their last game against? Basel. Whoa. So if they win, Actually, what was their results against Maribor? They drew 2-2 with Maribor. And then 0-0 against Maribor. So, technically, they can't come bottom of that group because they have the head-to-head advantage over Maribor. So, actually, if Sligo lose the last game, they would go into the Conference League anyway. So, I think, actually, we're okay. Bows, on the other hand, though, are useless. And I think there's very little chance that they overcome Dundee. I assume they're playing Dundee on the final day as well, right? Where are they? Yes. So if Bows beat Dundee, they would get third. And that would actually qualify them for the Conference League as well. Because they already beat Dundee once, I believe. Yeah. So if they could win, it might not be entirely over for them. But it doesn't matter because Derry's winning the Champions League. Yeah, you're right. That would mean Barcelona would drop into the Europa League. And if anything, having both Sligo and Bows get out of the Europa League and go to the Conference League might honestly be better for them. Then again, I could see Sligo knocking Barcelona out. He won Player of the... Hang on. The top 3 in Player of the Year, none of which were Treaty players. Well, they were all Treaty players, but none of which played for Treaty. How did none of our guys get in there? Did they not play enough matches? They must not have played enough matches. That's hilarious. Disagree with... Oh, yeah, no. But unfortunately, it's less to do with the dialogue options. It's more to do with what it means underneath, I find. But yeah, I know what you mean. It feels like there should be more options on those screens. And... that Team of the Year. We have 2 players in the Team of the Year. That face when you win the league and get 99 points and get 2 players in the Team of the Year. I say 2. He's on loan. He's on loan. He's on loan. He's not on loan, actually. A few of these guys aren't on loan, actually. Yeah. Hang on. If Valev was able to be in the Team of the Year, why wasn't he able to be the best average rating? Surely that same thing applies to both, or is it like calculated slightly differently? Must be. Ooh, our domestic transfer window opens soon. Treaty, yeah, they've had it. Sack us now. See, I can't wait for supporter confidence to just be like, you've only got 2 players in the Team of the Year. Get him out of our club. Go full on Peggy Mitchell on him. We're actually making surprisingly good time. Dundalk haven't done any transfers. Not new ones anyway. Not since the only big transfer in the summer was Ilya Keating from Rangers to Sligo for £8 million. That was the big transfer. And to be fair, big transfer. But Dundalk have not made any new signings. I don't think Dundalk have really signed anybody this year. Apart from that, they did spend £30 million on that guy, if you recall. That Brazilian lad. Longford sat their manager. I don't blame them. How did they lose to Cabinteely? That's the thing. Because remember, you're not really clicking because of the dialogue. You're clicking because of what you know the dialogue means underneath. Wouldn't it be cool if they had different dialogue stuff that just meant different things? Actually, would that be cool? Would that just be more ways to screw you over in meetings? Sorry, what? Sorry, excuse me, what? Is something wrong here? What I love, right? Man's contract is expiring in 6 months, basically, and they still somehow feel the need to be able to demand £50 million for him. But we'll definitely be coming back to that, because McMinn would be a great signing. If we got him on a free, that'd be outrageous. Just like, nah, dude. Yeah, so that's to do with the players' personalities. It's the same way that you like, you know, when you try to praise a player for getting an international cap, and then they say some shit and get pissed at you for praising them for getting an international cap. Certain personalities, perfectionists will do that when training sometimes. In fact, if you praise a perfectionist in training, sometimes they'll just complain about it. And fickle personalities, I find, are really bad for the stupid crap with the international caps. He probably will sign a new contract, yeah. Hang on, I've got an idea. I don't see why this would work, but you never know with these things, right? Or can you not ask Wydoff to do this? I'm just kind of curious to see if he has any better luck. Sometimes they do. You see, very, very well. Derry City have qualified out of their group. Dundalk are about to qualify, I suppose. Yeah, that was it. That was the... Yeah, it was a perfectionist, wasn't it? That they trained really well, and we told them, oh, yeah, they've done really well. And then they're just like, nah, top target him as well. Can't you approach him now, though? How do you mean? We just did. But he said that thing about keeping his options open. So I was just trying to see if sometimes you can break through those barriers with Sligo doing appallingly. They're actually third in their Europa League group, which is not good. Why would it end up being 24 million? He's literally out of contract in 6 months. Ah. That's bizarre. I guess this is the same team then. Wait. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. Do that, do that, do that. Sick. I find sometimes your DOF can do weird things that you simply can't. We're back at 3, maybe 2, because the big boys are doing... I think maybe there's a chance to get back to 3rd. I don't think 2's possible. I think we do have 3 or 4 seasons more. Now that we're speeding things up a little bit, you know? We will be able to get through more. The recap videos will be a lot shorter, though, because there'll just be less transfers to talk about and just less things to update people on. Transfer failure. He could keep an eye... I've made an offer for him. His club are asking too much. Wait, hang on. Sorry. What? His club are asking too much. I said transfer type, end of contract. The club aren't asking for anything. Hey, look, another thing that doesn't work properly. Why would you be asking the club for anything? That's bizarre. Oh, Ray Travis is on the move again. Let's have 3 streams per year. But it's also very important to remember, I don't know if there is any compensation. Not that we ever got that point, in fairness, but also the compensation being minuscule. Like, with all this extra stuff, I still need time to actually do things. So, just because, like, we're going through stuff faster, especially off-stream stuff, that time still has to exist somewhere. Set playing time to higher than Breakthrough Prospect. I didn't get a chance to offer him anything. Fuck it. Like, let's see what happens with star player. You know how star player tends to break everything. Yeah, sent home. Yeah, Torres is out for a long time. Luckily, I don't think he actually plays for anyone, does he? Oh, he's on loan at Bose. Ah. Because that's what they needed right now, is a striker to be injured. God damn. Unwilling to enter contract negotiations. Cannot match his wage demands. Huh? As if... I swear this just lies to you. You know? It just feels like an absolute lie. It says here, keep his options open. So what does that mean? It matches wage demands. What are his wage demands? As if his wage demands are high enough to the point where we can't match them. I have... Alright, I've got $1 million in wage budget. How about now? Maximum wage amount. 100k. It's obviously not going to happen. It's because this screen and this screen are totally broken. They're not in cahoots with each other at all. Check the news. The news for what?
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Oh, hello. That's interesting. That one's less interesting. This is interesting. £400,000 for Oliver Ziyech. There you go. Look, another one. It's happening. He's never played. For fucking hell. He's never played in any of the leagues that are switched on. Or in Ireland. That's interesting. So it's starting to happen now. Shine! Thank you for the follow. But it's whether they actually signed the guy, of course. It's different. But that's still good news. It's starting to happen now. It definitely is happening. It's almost too late, but it is happening. It's stuff like that makes me think, yeah, it just needs to be more... Unfortunately, ended in failure. I love how it doesn't even tell you why it ended in failure that time. Hilarious. We'll just wait a little bit longer. He'll probably just sign a new contract in a minute anyway. They always do. No interest is said. Even though Even though, do you not remember when we literally 10 seconds ago just could try it now? Try what now? The game literally has run out of excuses as to why it won't work. We literally tried to we asked his agent and it said he's incredibly interested in joining Treaty United. Would want a wage of 11k to 15k per week. That's what we just asked his agent that. Madness. It's like there's 4 different mechanics all going on at once and none of them interact with each other in any way. The agent is interesting. We could hire the agent. Yeah, they're keeping the options everything. It's very strange though. Hollywood Saga set to develop. Forsgren? Oh, yes please. Go on, Sligo. Have a bang on that, lads. That's good. What I might try and do in this window as well is offer some dead wood out to other Irish sides. Just for the lols, see what happens, right? He seems to be an idiot. Agreed. Let's just turn this on. See what we've got. In terms of play. Let me just sort by minutes, actually. See who's good and not playing. Right, here we go. So, those are all youngsters. Oh, wait, where's all the other guys gone? Oh, it's because it's... Hang on. Champions League rules. Players I wouldn't mind getting rid of, ideally. People like Hustad, for example. Transfer. Except you can't... We'd have to exclude foreign clubs. We'd have to do it like that. Smolenski's still good. I think it's just because they've got more and more money, Mr. Progger, potentially. Because remember, they have had consistent Champions League games. Yeah, it's annoying that we can't do it the Pablo. Let's try it. Actually, wait, no. Offering out for £1. See if this makes any difference. Transfer fee. Ding, ding. Nope, not loan. And then exclude foreign clubs. Just want to see if any of these actually get bites. Because every time I've tried to do this in the past, none of the other Irish sides are even vaguely interested in signing them. But it would be worth it if we just got even a couple of them to go. Just looking for anyone who's like Ivo Pereira, for example. He needs a club. Exclude foreign clubs. Boom, boom. Any more in there? Skorleborg as well, although he is technically out for ages. Go Foster. Yeah, they're doing loads. Someone called Rodrigo Guido. Oh, it was Cork City. I got excited for a second there. That one. Let's see. They'll say they ask. No, what they'll say is they won't say anything. It will just say clubs decline to make offers usually. Holy shit! Sligo actually want Petar Denev for £1. Well, I'll be fucking surprised. That never. Maybe it's because it's the same problem as before. Now they can actually afford them. That's very interesting. The asking prices too. That would be funny though. Yeah, we'll get rid of those guys. Hey, we'll give it to them for £1 if they want him. Brilliant news. I love how we haven't had anything from the others at all, which is odd. Usually you at least get like clubs decline to make offers on them, but okay. We move. Do I want to put Bogdanov through the middle? How about no? How about you mad, bruv? Surely that's not... No. Thighs Freeze is starting, yes. This is Thighs Freeze's final game for Treaty United. His last ever match of his entire career. And it will be his 670th game for the club, I think. He had 650 before, right? Yep. 670th game for the club and final game for the club. But not the final game ever. Is Jizzy injured? No, not as far as I know. Probably not going to put him in a Champions League match, though. Right. So we don't want him on corners. We want him on... That's... Fuck's sake. Takers. Oh, good. Oh, he's actually pretty good at them anyway. think he would just default to taking them. And obviously, Pens. Even though Jizzy's not in the squad. We'll, oh god, that's so dumb. You're at home? Because we kind of want to win Champions League games. And also, Jizzy's a bit shit at the moment. He's not actually that good, sadly. How old's Emmett now? I think he's in his 40s, 44 maybe? Lukic is unhappy. Wants to start more games. Okay. Standard. Right. Let's do this. They've got Dietmar Winkler in goal. How did he turn out to be? He turned out to be extremely good. Okay. Still wasn't the German international keeper, though, incredibly. Where the hell even is Jizzy? There he is. He'll be on the bench. Didn't he loan Jizzy out? Why didn't someone put a loan bid in to loan Jizzy out? Also, I don't think he's old enough. He's 16. He can't be loaned out. To be fair, Holvrit's played better than Lukic a lot of the time. I think he's in there on performance. Besides, we want to win every game because of the coefficient. We can't afford to drop points because we're memeing a striker in. What's he doing back there? Having a lovely time. That's what he's doing. Okay, that's concerning. Highlight straight off the opening kickoff. But we just need as many coefficient points as possible, so we need to make sure we win. Obviously, we could throw him on with like 15 left if we're like 2-0 up or 3-0 up. Oh. A good start, hopefully. Oh, God. Watch us get counted on now. Well done, Ramos. Right. So, the only thing that really is on the line at the moment is Shamrock's group. Playing youth games. I don't know. The problem is, again, because of the stupidity of this way this is set up, Treaty don't actually play any... It's only friendlies. They don't actually get to play in a cool youth league. They were just excluded from that by SI for some reason. But let Limerick have a team, but not Treaty. Right, where is Sligo? They're at home, right? I have to wait for the scroll bar to appear. Yeah. Shamrock losing already. Are they safe in third? Oh, you're right. They are, aren't they? You're right. Oh, it was Dundalk's groups. You're right. Sorry, you're right. It was Dundalk. Yeah. Because if Dundalk beat Gladbach, they go through. I'd almost kind of like it if Barcelona went through there. It would just make it so much better with Dundalk being in the Europa League. Yeah, that's be 17. And honestly, I don't know if anyone would have put a bid in. I think they would have done. Because he would be homegrown, technically, which would probably help them. In Europe, I suppose. Bows losing. Yeah, Bows have had it. They're rubbish. They had that one blip last year where they were good for 4 matches. Out of nowhere, really. It's Sligo that matters. If Bows can find a way... They can still turn that around. But if Bows win, they will actually go through. In third spot. And I would love Bows and Sligo in the knockouts of the Conference League. It'd be absolutely chaos. Because I think they've been both good enough to go quite deep. Niaksu Valev blocked again. How is that a penalty? Oh yeah, if Sligo get third, they could definitely win it. Sligo is so good. A team that can get to the Champions League semis, albeit, and then get somewhat unluckily beaten 9-2, could definitely... And here he is. Thighs freeze. Final appearance for Treaty United. Can he score? Yes, he can. Of course he can. Scores on his final appearance in a Treaty United shirt. 12th goal of the year as well. He's got over 350 goals for Treaty United in his career as well. No one's going to top that other than the player that already has. Appearance-wise, no one will even get close. Right. Can I finally find Sligo now? Oh, they're at the very bottom. Right, so that's... Barcelona losing, so it doesn't really matter what Dundalk do now. Although, if they're good at it, they might as well win, right? They're going to do something. Make it win. Dundalk 2-0 up against Gladbach. Dundalk are going to... They could potentially... Oh, no, they can't win the group, can they? Right, where's the Bows game? Damn, it's annoying because we can't keep an eye on... Actually, I can. Fuck it, I'll just put this one on... What I'll do is I'll put this one on latest scores. Europa League. And then have... That way you can keep an eye on Bows there. And then Sligo down here, who are losing. Second most appearances. Oh, it might even be someone like Bart Verbruggen. Bart Verbruggen got like 400-500. Hey, Mike. Right, a bit of that. we've kind of been a bit awful in this game so far. Right, now I've got to switch it all back again, but that's fine. We move. Europa League there, and then that's the bottom of the Europa League one. And then that's Europa League for the top of the Europa League. There we go. They could do it. They've got the equaliser. Dundalk 2-0 up in theirs. Derry City losing to Liverpool, but they don't matter anymore because Derry have already fucking qualified. Inexplicably. I still can't believe that Dundalk beat Barcelona 6-0. That might be one of the maddest things I've seen in this save. Beating them 6-0. And Barcelona didn't even have a red card or anything. I wonder what the stats for that game were. We should probably look at that. That might be quite a fun investigation, actually, to see how much they mugged Barcelona off. That said, I do notice the Irish sides tend to be very, very strong at home, as Azevedo's about to get red carded for Leipzig here. Because it looks like he's just tried to murder someone in the middle of the pitch. Right. Might as well shuffle this around a little bit. It's only 1-0, annoyingly. Fuck it, we'll get Bello on there instead. If we were 2 or 3... If we were at least 2-0 up, I'd have brought Jizzy on, but I don't think we can take the risk at this point. They did knock out Barca, true. Oh, you're right, they got knocked out by them. Yeah, they did. The ultimate in revenge, if anything. Come on, Bose, please. Do the thing. Do the good thing. Yeah, I might actually just tweet that randomly after stream. Oh, it just runs all the way backwards. The manager used the "we owe them up." I mean, clearly, yeah. It's very effective, apparently. At the moment, are Sligo going out? Oh, no, they can't go out, can they? Because they've got the head-to-head advantage on Maribor. So the worst they could... Oh, never mind, because they're winning. Just out of nowhere. They've only got... Wow, how are we only 1-0 up here? Oh, Dundee are back in front again. Useless. Bows really are useless, aren't they? They're just such a letdown of a football club in this save. So only Thies freezes penalty. See, there you go. Thies scores the winning goal from the spot in his final match in a treaty shirt. Doesn't win man of the match, actually, because Holvoot got 119 passes completed in that game. Don't know how we didn't win by more, but it doesn't matter because we got the result. And now... the question is, what does this mean for the other groups? I don't think it means a lot, does it? It's such a shame. I wish I could have... Like, he has 3 years left on his deal. Dundalk won 4-0. Dundalk have scored 10 goals in their last 2 Champions League matches. Shamrock lost 4-0 to Milan. Not that it matters, they're through anyway, but Jesus. Derry City also got hammered. Not a good day for coefficient points. Not a good day at all. Right, what does that do with the groups? Can't imagine it changes them all that much. So Dundalk go through with 12 points. Incredibly. Shamrock Rovers do get through to the Europa League knockouts at least, with 5 points. Derry City, somehow, with a -5 goal difference, qualify out of their Champions League group. Madness, and obviously we won our group as well. Obradovic has got 8 goals in the Champions League this season. He's got 43 goals for Dundalk this year. It feels like they've finally started playing him as a striker. And it's worked. Incredible. Smiling through tears. What about Europa League then? Bows, bottom of their group. Useless bastards. Sligo come second in their group, annoyingly. That's really bad as well, because Dundee are now going to be really good. So Watch Scotland have gained 1,000 points. We're on 10. We've actually somehow dropped seemingly more points. Though we are getting on Germany, at least. We're right up there, but Scotland are now having the season of their lives as well. We're actually, at the moment, going to drop to 7th because of this. Though we have got 10 points on the wall. I feel like that's less than last time, though. We had less group winners because both Dundalk and Derry both came second in their group, and Sligo also came second, and that group winner bonus is quite lucrative. I love how you only get 803 grand for winning. Wait, hang on. For drawn matches? I didn't... Oh, number of wins. Okay, yeah. Last year was 12, yeah. Yeah, there's a guy called Shinka. Scotland just out of nowhere off the top rope. About to ruin our dreams. Right. Okay. Get through this. Then we'll get to the draws. because, well, yeah, we'll have the draws for all of them because they've all got some kind of draw. Given that Sligo are second in their group and Bows are, well, 7th in my heart out of 6. Except Club Vision. What was the Club Vision? It's the usual, isn't it? End of season team meeting. Win the title. Blah, 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 blah. Exactly. Make that happen. You love to see it. Aiming to Champions League final. Sounds good. All right, fine. Don't all rush forward at once. That's fine. Right, good. We got through it without too much damage. That's always good. Pre-season. No offers for 3 players. Yeah, there you go. Transfers may encourage interest from other clubs. Well, all right, let's try it again then. £1. Oh, all right, £2. You've twisted my arm. Targets. Exclude foreign clubs. Now you're really asking for it. I've put the price up. I've doubled the price. Now what are you going to do? And then Ivo Pereira. But my guess is we'll start getting bids from clubs massively outside of Ireland, and this is what I was afraid of. Irish sides are just not open to it. Right, here we go. We have a bumper UCL stream today. Well, we've done the UCL now. That is now finished, thankfully. Boom. I think the draw date's usually the Monday, isn't it? What did I miss? Oh, so Dundalk, us, and Derry City all got out of our groups. And Longford did indeed get relegated, yes. And Shamrock are in the knockouts of the Europa League. The only team that actually are out is is Bows, because they are useless. Unwanted list and sell for every price possible. Yes, but the problem is then you just get bids from sides that aren't Irish, and that's not the point. I'd rather just have them stay here then if we're not going to do that. And some Pats. Oh yeah, some Pats, but they were out beforehand anyway. Wow, we spent 6 million on him and he's gone for free. Like, to me, if they're not going to go for £2, then any price possible should... If no one's interested at £2... And I find that £1 or £2 works better than 0. 0 has this weird thing in the game and it doesn't like it. There we go. Chelsea, yeah, I think Chelsea do have their new manager. They've kind of struggled. You could set that as well. Even if you can, I don't think it'd actually make any difference. Let's try it. Let's pick a random one and have a little look. See what it actually lets you do. Yeah, let's try Pereira. Sell at any price. Okay. Right. Yeah, there's no ability to say to sell to who. Yeah, so that doesn't seem to work. Oh yeah, Barca Dundalk stats. Good point. It's going to be an absolute muggery. Surely. Although the penalty is probably... To be honest with you, I've won games 6-0 with statistics similar to that. Backup save for YouTube. How do you mean? Because we're going to be finishing stream in a minute anyway, so once we got the drawdown, I'll just save the game there, and then I'll use that as the thingy. It's annoying that you can't say that, but yeah, that's a pretty strong result, honestly. Abramovich did just single-handedly destroy Barcelona by himself. 5 goals against Barca. What a performance from him. That's insane. First we beat Barca 5-0 in the Club World Cup final, and now this. Right. This should be... There we go. Right. Maybe not 6-0, but I've won games 6-0 like that before. He's one of our loanees. Yeah. Right. So... I mean... I don't think there's really any easy ones for them, honestly. I'll tell you who I don't want. Fucking Chelsea. For once, could we just have Dundee United? Please. I beg of you. I feel like we're due to play them at some point. Right, come on. For God's sake. It's going to be Chelsea then, I expect. Or Man United. Or we could just have last year's final. Oh, Derry Juventus. We did have Ron. That's a good point, yeah. Derry Juventus is actually doable. Dundalk, go on. Oh, they've beaten them before. That's going to be tough for them, though. It's a rematch of last year's final in the first knockout round. We'll just go out to them now. Okay. And then Man City PSG, that's good. Man City PSG playing each other and Bayern Real Madrid playing each other is good news. Get some of the big boys out of the way. That way Dundalk and Derry can come sweeping in when they inevitably smash their rounds. Right. Is the Europa League draw the same day or have they got some weird thing again? No. Oh, it is today, but we have to wait. Okay. We'll go to the 29th, the 14th, and then we can see. Inter Liverpool is good too. Although Inter, I feel like we probably could beat fairly easily if we came up against them again. Jezzy's finally professional. And Dedev is signing for Sligo Rovers. For £1. So we might be able to get Jizzy a loan for next season, actually. That could help him a lot. Although he is developing a bit more now. I think he just needed time, honestly. Happiness with training. What is he unhappy about? Volume of strength. I hate that stuff. Volume of strength training. Like, get good, mate. Usually what I do when they complain about that is I just go in here and ask assistant and it just shuffles it around. And then they're usually happy for a little bit. Right. Right, we're on the next day. Come on, good draw. That's a pretty good draw. Oh, that's a shocking draw. Porto versus... This is literally... I swear this is the same draw they had last year. Did we get 60p for that? Nice. That's good for Sligo. They should be able to beat Dinamo Zagreb. But Porto against Shamrock is great. Hot prospect? Yeah, he is. He is the hot prospect. I swear Shamrock played Porto last year. Oh, it was Juve. Was it the year before? Oh, it was Sporting they had, not Porto. It was a different Irish side that had Porto last that. Yeah. Still, that's a bad draw for Shamrock, and I think they'll really struggle there, unfortunately. That's a shame. Any weird stuff that's not happened? Secure? What? How are we failing FFP again? Oh, it's just that weird one that happens randomly. We've got 200 million in the bank now, and it still says we're failing FFP. Insane. Right, let me save that. Because, not that we haven't been saving it all the way. Bloody hell. So, haven't entirely decided what we'll be doing next stream. Whether it will be a transfer one or whether we'll do like a mixture of some transfer stuff mixed in with actually doing lots and lots of progression in Europe to see how we go there as well. Just so we can keep the momentum going as well. I'll have to sort of play it by ear and see if we find any cool players, then great. If not, then we'll figure it out along the way. That's the main thing about it. Right, so let us see who's streaming Football Manager this afternoon. Oh, I see a Sean, a wild Sean. Anybody else? Wow, this... I really wish people would put the language in their titles. Well, not in their titles, but in, like, their tags. First knockout round. But if we do transfers for a bit in first knockout round, that's basically what we normally do anyway. So that wouldn't be any different to a normal transfer stream. Yeah, I think it's now it's becoming about progress at this point, rather than... Like, we're not going to find any amazing gems for the most part. And if we are, then they're going to be the one play... Both legs, yeah, but that wouldn't make much difference, would it? Because, you know, one extra game is not going to suddenly make it worthwhile doing that rather than what we were planning to do. I'll see what happens. I'll have a little look around and see what kind of... I just have to sort of plan it out based on how many streams we have left, which is not a lot, because it's the final one for this is on the 6th of October, which is like maybe 6 streams to go. So if we could get through 2 more seasons, like after this one, that'd be kind of sick. So thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you very much for all the resubs and the gifted subs and the bits as well. It's very kind of you. If you're new to stream and you've enjoyed this weirdness, then drop a follow. That'd be gorgeous. I'll be back on Monday with some Nordic Nomads and back on Tuesday with, well, hopefully a very successful time with some Irish sides. But I think we're going to have to get worse before we get better. I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.